суперсучасна локація станом на сьогодні, але це специфічний університет, тому що це перший університет в Україні, де запроваджується експериментальний проєкт по технологіях і інноваціях, а особливо в напрямку дефенсу і в напрямку космосу. Наприклад, на поверх вище є Defense Hub, де, якщо ви студент НАУ, то ви можете прям замість пар робити FPV-дрони. І вам для цього додають і комплектуючі, і наставників, і можливість спілкуватися з потенційними споживачами. Більше того, сьогодні, паралельно з нашою зустрічю, засідає наглядова рада Національного авіаційного університету, де теж вперше в Україні запущені прозорі конкурси з навіть деканами факультетів. Тобто це можливість там податись людині зовні на посаду декана і на відкритому конкурсі перемогти. Наприклад, сьогодні обирають декана юридичного факультету і декана факультету там космічних наук, щось в такому роді. А більше того, зараз очолює НАУ, одна з співзасновиць інкубатора YEP, якщо ви чули, один з... Що все буде добре, так.
Давайте оплески Ігорю Маркевичу. Dear startups, dear participants, thank you so much for joining our EIT Founders2Founders program. And of course, as you know, every startup knows how unexpected can be circumstances. And thank you for your patience, and we are ready to start. So first of all, I would like to dedicate a few minutes to tell you about the program. So today we're going to have 4-hour training session, 3-hour practical work with our mentors. And one of the best things that you're going to get apart from the educational program is going to be opportunity to receive a cash prize. For the first place, it's going to be 30,000 euro, for the second 20, and for the third 10,000 euro. I already explained to you on Monday how it's going to work. So after today's session, we're going to ask you to record English speech, 3-minute English speech, and then EIT community dedicated partners are going to choose 3 startups from our cohort, and consequently, one after another, they're going to be selected 15 startups, and they're going to pitch on Innovation Boost in December. So this event, 1, 2, 3. This event is powered by the EIT community and implemented by Vacuum Deep Tech Acceleration team. And you're going to see our amazing girls here today trying to make you happy. They are wearing Vacuum Deep Tech logos. And of course, it wouldn't happen without our partners. So we have in our partners Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Diia City, Diia.Бізнес, and Accelerator YEP. Today, among all the startups, 12 startups were selected, and if you're here, you're one of them. We have with us MAPA, they're coming, Opora, wave your hand, Check Eye, we have Veranet, Flex Reality, Soft Trainer, Synergy, okay, Spilka, T-Travel, Qualitil, VRNet.io, and 3B. Round of applause to all of you for being here. And working with you today are going to be our experts and dedicated mentors. So we have Igor Markevich. Round of applause to Igor. Yaroslav Kaplan. Katerina Dechtar, Denis Popov, Vyacheslav Fokin, Juliana Novika, Petro Bilik, and Alex Orab. So now we are ready to move to our first model, which is introductory model on the EIT and its opportunities for startups. And presenting this model is going to be Ihor Markevich, EIT Community Officer, Ukraine. Round of applause to Ihor.
Hello, one more time. So my presentation will be really brief, and I will focus on several main things that we can offer from EIT Community Risk Hub Ukraine to you, to the early stage startups from TRL 3 to TRL 5. And if you will have any additional questions, or maybe you will be interested in some of the programs, you can refer to me and write an email or ping me via WhatsApp or any other communicational channels. So the main thing that you should know about EIT is that EIT is European Institute for Innovation and Technology, and this is not the higher educational institution. This is the unique legal entity that is working based on the cooperation of private companies, private partners, and European Commission. So originally, EIT was launched as a part of European Commission as the public body, but since 2008, it has turned to the private-public partnership, and now we have different sources of finances in EIT, with the public origin from European Commission and also with private origin from different European companies and European partners. And this allowed us to be as flexible as it possible to work with almost all the innovative stakeholders in Ukraine and as well as European Union. And historically, EIT was launched in 2008, and only in the end of previous year, we have launched the hub here in Ukraine, in Kyiv. And for now, EIT is the largest innovation network in European Union, and now Ukraine is the part of this network. And this slide is really very important because it helps you to understand the main directions in which EIT is operating. So here are the global challenges, and based on those global challenges, EIT is designing separate activities and separate programs. For instance, we have here energy, we have here manufacturing, raw materials, urban mobility, climate, culture and creativity, digital, future of food, and health. So in all these 9 directions, in all these 9 challenges, we can cooperate with startups, with stakeholders. We can help to solve different problems, issues. We can open different instruments to your solutions and your ideas. And if you are working or operating within those industries, so you are our client and our partner. One more thing about EIT Impact. Here you can see main 4 numbers that we are really proud of. So the first one is almost 10 billion of investments raised by EIT Ventures. What does it mean? EIT alumni or startups that were supported by EIT, they raised almost 10 billion euros as investments after the finishing of different programs under the umbrella of EIT. And we have supported almost 10K different startups and projects. So just imagine that 10K of that startups, they raised 10 billion of investments. And this is really huge amount, taking into account that we are working with idea stage and we are working with early stage startups in different industries that I mentioned recently. And 2 more very important numbers. So the first one is the almost 2,500 partners that we can offer access to those partners for you. Like almost all the biggest companies in EU, in those industries that I mentioned on the previous slide, can be accessible for you in your main fields of operation with your ideas and your projects. And also one more number, it's almost 2.5K new products and services were launched during implementation of different EIT programs. And key benefits of EIT, as I already mentioned, the first one, the EIT is not just about financial and non-financial instruments, it's also about investments. So not only startups that were alumni of different EIT programs that they can go to the market and raise normally investments. EIT also can provide investments, can invest into projects, into startups, and I will even name you one of the cases in Ukraine later on. Also, according to the recent Sifted article, for instance, one of the chapters of EIT, only in mobility, invested in more than 100 startups in 1,000 days. So basically, each 10 days, there was the new investment. And it's really frequently, like every 10 days, only in the industry of urban mobility, EIT has invested some amount of money starting from 50K and moving more and more and more. Also, EIT, it's among top 10 accelerators in the global list, competing with Techstars, competing with the 500 Global, and so on. And normally we are on the 9th or 10th place in the global ranking, and for now, some of the EIT chapters like EIT Health or EIT Urban Mobility, they are require with a narrow expertise, for instance, in food and so on. Also, as I mentioned, EIT is about full degree support. So we are starting from idea stage, and we can also work with scale-ups, we can also work with the established businesses, and also we can work with VC funding, and we can facilitate the search of that funding and different collaborations on the EU market. As for Ukraine, during the last 2 years, EIT has opened almost 50 different programs for Ukrainian entrepreneurs and Ukrainian businesses, and also directed more than 4 million euros to support Ukrainian economy. And here in Ukraine, we can facilitate the access not only to programs that were specifically designed for Ukraine, but also for programs that are open for any partner in EU. And here we have pluses and minuses, so you will have a lot of programs that you can apply to, but also you should compete with EU market. And it's really not very easy to be among the winners. We are working a lot with different financial instruments. For instance, we can provide non-equity grants from 10K for idea stage and finishing with 250K in the majority of cases. Also, we can talk about 400K. So grants are like among the most popular instruments that we are using in EIT. But also we are not limited with grants. We are working with investments. And here the case of Ukrainian startup Beholder. Who knows about this startup? Great. So Beholder, the Ukrainian AI startup that raised investments from EIT InnoEnergy for almost 1 million euro. And after that, they also won the latitude competition. And if I'm not mistaken, they closed the investment round for 5 million several days ago. So this is one of the success stories for Ukrainian startups and investments from EIT. And now I will give you several examples of EIT opportunities, but as I mentioned, we are not limited only with these programs, because we can offer you up to 200 different programs under different EIT industries. So, for instance, here one of them, EIT Digital, Open Innovation Factory 2024. The deadline is October 21st, and here you can apply as early stage startup in deep tech industry, and you can receive up to 400k euros as grants. So here the QR code, if you will be interested, you can scan and apply. You will have this presentation, so it's not a problem, no need to scan now. Another type, EIT Manufacturing Transform Call 2024. So here we are looking for startups that are business oriented and can provide solutions for SMEs and big businesses. Here you can raise like up to 20k euros in non-dilutive grants, and deadline is October 29. So also if you are interested, you can apply to this call. EIT Manufacturing Accelerate, so here almost up to €500,000 you can receive if you will apply to this program. We are talking here about the startups from TRL 6 and above, and we are talking about the niche sector, manufacturing sector. So if you are interested in this program, or maybe your friends, your partners, you can share the information with them. EIT Food, one of the most popular KICs in Ukraine that is focusing on food, agriculture, wellness, and so on. So here you can receive up to 750k per year, deadline November 14. And here we are looking for innovative companies and organizations that are working to address global food system challenges. So here the QR code, you can check the terms and apply if you are eligible. One more thing, EIT Food Single Project Funding. It's for innovative startups working in the areas of protein diversification, agriculture and food transparency, and this is for non-profit projects up to 100k euros. For commercial projects up to 1 million. The deadline November 14, also the QR code. This one is the program that a little bit differ from the previous ones. This is more about the educational part and working with the experts and partners. This is Agri-Food Innovation Camp, where you can apply. They still have like up, I think the deadline will be on 15th of September, so you still have time to apply, and you will join the educational program, and also you will receive in the end of the program your booths and venues in Kyiv at New Food Summit in the end of October, if I'm not mistaken. One more thing. Founders2Founders is the program that was launched by EIT previous year, so this is the second edition. The same with EIT Red Kalina. This is the program specifically designed for Ukrainian female entrepreneurs, innovators, and so on. And this is the competition where you can apply by your own, or you can nominate any other female entrepreneur that you think will be the great fit with EIT Red Kalina. So the deadline is 15th of September. Please apply or nominate. Here the QR code, you will receive the presentation as well. And our contacts. So we are based in Diia City in Kyiv, B8. You can come to our hub and we can discuss your individual projects. Maybe we'll find some programs for you that will fit and match your project in the best way. And also here the email, it's the general email of EIT Community Resource Hub, so all the questions you can send there, and normally within several days we will reply you with potential ideas how we can cooperate. So thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Ihor, for the presentation of the EIT community. And we're moving forward, and we're going to have a first block by experts. It's Yaroslav Kaplan, founder and CEO of FlexiPay, ex-CEO at Vector. And Yaroslav is going to be presenting the business strategy, including USP, marketing, and sales. Welcome, Yaroslav.
Thank you. Guys, we're a bit late. We should have finished by now. We just started. So I'm going to be quick, about 40 minutes, my presenting. And after the lunch, after you hear all 4 speakers, we're going to have the mentoring session, right? Where you can ask any questions. So you will not have an opportunity now because we are limited in time, but we will talk after the lunch. Wrong. Yep. Let me start to briefly introduce myself. I'm an entrepreneur with 15 years of experience. Over the last 10 years, I've launched businesses in different spheres and industries. I've launched Escape Quest 10 years ago, which turned to be the biggest chain of the escape rooms in Eastern Europe, or more than 100 rooms in 7 countries. Then I was the operational director at Vector, worked some time at NetPeak, and now I'm a part of Jubal. But what I do at Jubal, which is the job site, if you didn't know, one of the biggest in the world, I run a startup called FlexiPay, which is the HR tech / fintech startup. And what we do, we allow employees to withdraw a portion of their salary before the regular payday. So I'm the same as you. I'm the founder of an early stage startup. I know all those pains. I wear all these hats as you do. And today I consider myself not as a teacher or lecturer or something like that, but more like a founder who talked to you, to founders as well. And my goal today is to share some experience, some wins and losses that I had over the last couple of years, in hope that you will benefit from that. So let's start. Today we're going to talk about value, because this is the most important when you're going to sell your product to someone. And there are 3 main pillars of those value. First, we have to create a value, then to deliver it to the target audience we're focusing on, and the third step is to capture those value back to ourselves, because someone else could potentially get the value from our efforts. Have you ever seen or experienced by yourself the following situation when you build a product and you try to sell it to the customer, and he or she listens to you, then he makes like this, and then he runs away? How do you think why this happens exactly? What was wrong when we pitch our product and no one buys and they run from us? Come again? They see no value. Perfect. Anything else? Customer doesn't need that, or we do not know what he does need. You probably heard this phrase, that the customer does not need your drill. What they want to have a hole in the wall. And I would go even further. They want to feel cozy at home. That brings us to the idea that no one needs your product. What they want to achieve something using your product. They want to change their mental state. They want to be in some other place using your product. So our job as the founders of the startups to understand what is the ultimate goal of our target audience. What the hell are they trying to achieve using our product? There is a good book. If you haven't read it before, I highly recommend Tony Ulvik, Jobs to be Done, where he explains how people hire products to achieve their goals. And he puts lots of stress on the mental state. How do they want to feel after they use our product? Also, this guy runs lots of videos and seminars, so you can follow him online. Let's move next. I've read about every and each of your startups before, because the organizers shared with me your pitch decks, and I believe that all of you started with some insight. There are three more signals of the good insight. The first one, the initial insight should be earned. That means that you probably experienced something by yourself, or you seen something that could be improved. For instance, you worked in the legal firm and you saw that every process is done manually, and you understood that it should be automated. The second one, it should be unique, not obvious for everyone, because if everyone understands the problem, you might have lots of competitors, and that's not what you're achieving in the beginning of your journey. And the third one is the most important. It should be grounded. That means that it should be connected to the value that we are talking today. And eventually it will turn into the value proposition that we will talk in a couple of minutes later. Our goal as the founders of the startups is to find the problem. We should focus on the problem. We should forget about our solution, which is not easy, I would say, because we are all in love with our products. We treat them as our kids sometimes. I know founders who made a tattoo of their logo on the hand. That's a dumb idea. Do not do that. So our goal is to understand what our customers try to achieve and why do they want that. We should enter their mind and understand sometimes something that they do not understand by themselves. And third, we should understand what limits them, why they cannot achieve what they want to achieve right now, because this is the key to understand how our product might help them to do that. What I did when I started FlexiPay about a year ago, I started with media. I read tons of the articles from all over the world to understand better how people get salary, how they get paid, what are the problems, both for the employers and the employees, what are the mechanics, how can we improve that, and that was my starting point. The second one, what I did, I've downloaded each PDF report or white paper I could find online, and here's a good tip to use ChatGPT, where you can upload the PDF and ask for the summary. And that helped me a lot to read all of these PDFs that you can see on a page. Then I made a conclusion, and I encourage you to do the same thing for your startup. This is the example from FlexiPay. I should focus on blue-collar workers because they normally have less salaries, and they often struggle with the meeting ends in the end of the month. They lack funds. Secondly, to make ends meet, they take expensive payday loans, and it could be like 400% annual rate. And they feel financial stress. Their productivity declines, and they are more likely to quit the job, so the employer will suffer. Earned wage access services, like what I wanted to do, exist over the decade in 40+ countries. And what was the most important, employers are willing to pay for those services to hire faster and retain people longer. And the last one, we should focus on developing countries where are many employees and they are underbanked and there are no many competition over there. So I made these 6 conclusions and went to the investor to present all of that and persuaded him, or a group of them, to invest in FlexiPay because we see the market opportunity here. Next, we should understand our target audience very, very good. For whom the problem is the most frequent. This is a very important thing. If your target audience experience the problem just once per year, will they pay you for this solution? It is not frequent at all. But if it is something they are struggling with for instance, every week or every month or maybe every hour, they might want to find a solution and you can help them. For whom the problem is the most expensive, that's obvious, and who has the worst solution right now or even doesn't have any solution at all. In my case, I found out that it is the HR director of the big employer. They have hundreds or maybe thousands of employees, and these people quit the job, or they decline their productivity, or they ask the advances of the salaries, and HR directors must cope with that. A good tip to start with a narrow audience and then expand to the bigger one. If you remember back in the days when Facebook was still called the Facebook, they were focusing only on the Harvard students. Later on, they expanded to the Ivy League colleges and universities in the United States. And only after quite some time, Facebook was publicly available to anyone. The same logic I use in FlexiPay. Now I'm focusing only on the blue-collar workers employed by big employers, 500 plus, and only those who pay official salaries in Ukraine. So I limit the market for myself, I start with them, and later on I will expand to more industries, more countries, more employers, etc. Now, about the persona. This is something that was very helpful for me in the early days. First, demographics, which is pretty obvious. We should understand the age, sex, education, social status. What was more complicated for me is psychographics. What values and key beliefs does this person have? I will show you an example now, but it took quite some time to learn about the HR directors who are my persona number one. If we are working in the B2B segment, we should understand what salespeople usually call ICP, or ideal customer profile. Which industries are we focusing on? Which company size? What role in those companies do we focus on? If we work in a B2C model, we should understand the family role on the budget, because the single guy, 25 years old, has completely different values, beliefs, needs, comparing to, let's say, married couple, 45 years old, 3 kids on board, right? This is the example of persona for FlexiPay, the HR director. I know exactly how old is she, I know what she believes, I know who she follows, where she gets the information, and I talked to 30 of them, maybe even more. I went to the events and listened to their presentations. I had some calls with them. So I wanted to understand what is the key beliefs in her mind before I will sell anything to her. Then I quickly realized that I have the second persona, the decision maker, because HR directors tend to be not the decision makers in the companies. They will normally go to the founder or the CEO of their companies and ask for the budget. So this is the persona, the typical one, Boris, I named him, who wants to take care of his employees, of his company. He has been building his company for like 20 years now, and he has KPI for Natalia, for his HR director. And I must understand his values and beliefs as well, because most likely Natalia one day or another will bring me to Boris and ask me to sell to him, because he is the final decision maker. Now, please raise your hands who have experience working with the value proposition canvas. This is the very popular one, and I'm happy that most of you use it, because this is probably the best thing the early stage startup can do to understand what exactly is he delivering. If you made your homework, your value proposition canvas should look like this. I love Miro to use this, to run these workshops, and you understand what job do customers have, how you will address those jobs, what pains do they have now, what gains are they trying to achieve, and how you will help them to achieve that. The next tool that I personally love, and think you also know, the Lean Canvas. Who used Lean Canvas? also almost all of you. You probably know that initially it was the business model canvas, which was developed by Alexander Osterwalder, and this tool was built above the business model canvas by the guy called Ash Maurya, and he changed 4 segments of the canvas. What I love the most is number 9, unfair advantage. What do we have unique that cannot be replicated easily that we believe will help us to win the competition? And the second one that I love the most is the high-level concept. Can you explain your startup, your idea, your product in one sentence, very fast, comparing to some existing product that everyone would understand? I normally do that in the bar, when we have a pint, and I have to explain in one sentence what FlexiPay does. This is an example of lean canvas of Uber, that you all know the model, that the millennials and the urban passengers wanted to get the car very fast. They do not want it to talk to the driver and all of this stuff. If you haven't ever used the lean canvas, or maybe you just printed that, I want to share with you the online tool that I use the most, Canvas Online, or cnvs.online. This is the free tool which allows you to fill the lean canvas very fast and very convenient. You can share the link with your teammates, and it just looks good and works good. And what I found also important to revisit your lean canvas from time to time, because when you talk to customers, when you learn from them, some of your hypotheses of value or distribution channels or anything else might change. And you want to put that in the lean canvas to keep it updated. Now, all of this you can do with your teammates, with your crew, just sitting in the office. But you know the phrase that the truth is out there. You must leave the office, you must talk to customers. This is the only source of truth that you might want to get. Who read this book? Sasha read. Okay, we have 2 people, cool. I believe that this is one of the greatest books about the customer interviews. This guy named Rob Fitzpatrick, he's the Y Combinator alumnus. He had the successful startup, and he wrote a book for like 150 pages or even less, with the brilliant examples of the questions you might want to ask your customers. The main thing he recommends to keep in mind that you should always ask about the past, not the future. You should not ask, will you buy this product for me? Because customers either don't know that, or they lie to you. Why it's called the mom's test? Because your mom loves you. When you share the idea with the mom of your startup, she will say, brilliant. That's just amazing, go ahead. So you do not want to hear the lie, either from your mom or from the customer. So ask about the past. How did they manage to solve the problem that they experienced now in the past? Here's some examples of the questions you might want to ask. You will have the presentation, so no need to write them down, or you can make a photo if you like. But all of them, first, are focused on the past. And the idea is to understand why does this customer use some tool, and what did he want to achieve in the past, because this could be a key for our understanding how our product might serve him better to achieve that. I had the problem with the respondents in the early days, because I knew 0 HI directors, and I didn't know how to find them, how to arrange a meeting, and this is something that I want to share with you as well. First, my own network. I wrote a post on LinkedIn and Facebook and asked a couple of friends, and they made the first referrals and asked their network to talk to me. LinkedIn also works good. In another startup, we use that. We've made a list of the target companies, and we found the employees or current employees of those companies. I was amazed how many valuable information you can get from the employees who are now not working in those companies. They will tell you everything about their previous employer. And the third one is respondent.io, when you can pay a couple of bucks and interview a guy or a lady with some social status that you are looking for. For instance, about 1.5 years ago, we were working with work migrants, and we wanted to talk to people who recently changed the country and they now are working in a different country. Why did they choose this country? What they were seeking? What the problems did they have while moving, and so on. Respondent.io helped us as well. Another tip that I use in FlexiPay in Ukraine, you probably know that there are a couple of platforms where mentors sell their sessions for charity. You can pay like 2,000 hryvnias, 3,000 hryvnias for 1 hour, and this money will be donated to some charity. So I found a couple of HR directors and CSR directors, compensations and benefits specialists, and I hired them for the mentor session. And when they showed up on the call, I said that I do not need any mentorship from them. I want to understand how their company works and how can I potentially sell my product to their companies. And they didn't have any other options. They couldn't leave the call because I paid for them, and this is how I interview them. So it's good to find out-of-the-box solutions if you want to talk to someone. How we can increase our chances. We can say to our target audience that we are writing an article. We can pretend to be a student, and in LinkedIn it works. Sometimes the target audience might respond, okay, if I will help you with your article, just send me your questions or let's talk. Research paper, the same. What we used in Poland, for instance, about 2 years ago, we gifted the gift card to all the respondents who agreed to talk to us. In Poland, they have Allegro, which is, just think as local Amazon, and we gifted them this gift card for 50 zloty or something like that for 1 hour interview with them. That's fine. This is an example of the request for the interview, because I had problems with that. I didn't know how to ask people to devote some time and talk to me. So this is the text that I put together and then translated into Polish, and this was the main part. My goal is to learn from you. I'm not going to sell you anything. This is not a pitch. I want to understand you better. So talk to me for like 45 minutes and that's it. I will be very grateful. Now, how to conduct interviews. Some people work in pairs when one of you is the interviewer and he asks questions and the second one is making some notes. I don't do that. I have a pen and a notebook and I just write down some ideas, some insights that I hear from my respondent, and that works for me the best. But some people record the meetings and then they listen them again, watch them again. I'm too lazy to do that because there's twice time to spend. There are also tools like author.ai who will make the notes for you. I don't use it as well, just because it's not equated to that. The main thing is to make a summary immediately after the call, because if 3 days or 1 week will pass, you will not remember all the small signals, insights that you gained from the interview. There is the mathematical statement that you are looking for the pattern in responses, and you found the pattern if 13 out of 20 respondents told you the same thing. So you have to run at least 20 interviews. I ran more, like 30, maybe 40 now, to find the pain. And 13 people should say that they have this exact pain, or you might find the segment. For instance, in my case, I could have found that not HR directors are my target audience, but compensations and benefits specialists. This is the specific person who pays salary in the company, who defines the level of the compensation. One of the last blocks, how to win the competition. You know that investors often say, if you do not have any competitors, that means that you are on the wrong market or your product is not needed by anyone. So it is normal to have the competition. Moreover, it is beneficial for you. I believe that there are 4 competitive advantages that at least one of them you might want to have. The first one, scalable economy. The bigger production you have, the less you pay for each item you produce. If you are in the software business, that's obvious, because any other copy, any additional copy costs you almost 0. And you want to achieve that. The network effect. Think about the telephone. 150 years ago, when Alexander Bell invented the phone, he made a call to his peer, and there were only 2 people with the phones in the world. And the value of that was really, really small. Now all of us have several phones in our pocket, and the network effect is really big. The same with the social networks. When you have all your friends in the social network, you will visit it every day. The same with Uber. When you do not have drivers, you will not use the app. So you want to have more people to drive more value. Counterpositioning. If the competitor will switch their business model to make the same thing as we do, he will lose. Think of budget airlines like Wizz Air or Ryanair. They were presenting the new business model, and they knew exactly that Lufthansa, KLM, and other big players will not switch to the budget flights because this will ruin everything for them. So they took the niche of the budget flyings. And the fourth one is the switching cost. If our customers will stop using our products, they will have significant losses. This is something that I want to build in my product in FlexiPay. If big employers will stop offering the salary on demand for their employees, I believe that they will hurt themselves. The employees will be unhappy because they get acquainted. They could withdraw a portion of the salary any day, and now it's forbidden. So this would be the wall that I hope will protect my startup, and we will work with customers for years. As founders, we must be honest with ourselves. Some of the advantages can be copied really fast. If we are AI-based, that's not defensible. Everyone can be AI-based now. The same with only for some region. We are Uber for Ukraine, whatever. Better design, we're more expensive, or we're cheaper. All of this can be copied easily. What cannot be copied easily, this one. If we build a community around our product, it's not easy to take it from us. If we are top of the mind, if people do not Google us, if people go directly to us, like Amazon, right? People buy in the US directly from Amazon, skipping Google. If we have the distribution channel built, if we have partnership, that's fine. By the way, I partner with Visa and believe that this partnership will help me a lot in the future. We must think about the competitors, the direct and indirect. In Ukraine, I do not have the direct competitors. No one offers salary on demand. But in Ukraine, we do have credit cards. We have the payday loans. And I must consider these options as the indirect competitors and work closely against them. Current and future competitors, I do not have direct competitors today, but what will happen tomorrow? Maybe Monobank or Privatbank or other neobanks will come up with the idea of the salary on demand. What should I do in this situation? I must think about now. We can check for competitors on those websites, you know all of them. If you are in a mobile app business, you might want to check these 2 sources to find out what do their customers think about these products. How many stars do they put? What do they comment over there? You can book demos at the fake client. This is something what I did. I booked a call with Great Britain's earned wage access service providers, and I told to them half true that I'm from Jubal. In Ukraine, we have 300 employees. Then the truth ended here. because later I told them that I want their solution to be presented in our company. So they made me 1.5 hour presentation, and they told me everything that I need to know about earned wage access business, how the YEP works, what is the fee, the commission, how much time do we need to roll out, everything. And it was like gold mine for me, because I gained very useful information. You can talk to their customers, you can find them online, because there are platforms where the customers would share the comments and feedback. And what we mentioned before, talk to their former employees. LinkedIn, especially if you have the premium account, lets you to find people who sometimes were employed by a particular company, and you can contact them and ask about their opinion. This is another tip that I wanted to share with you. You probably know the Wayback Machine, the archive of the internet, and you can go over there and look for the landing page of your competitors and check how it changed over the time. For instance, this is slack.com, and you can see that this is the blue bar, the black bars shows every date when it was recorded. So you can understand how the value proposition was changing over the time. What did they say about themselves like 10 years ago, 5 years ago, half of a year ago, and you might understand why they changed that and act accordingly. When we understand what is the competition in our market, we can adapt. Here's the example of some strategies that you might use. Verticalize, meaning to pick one vertical and work only with them. For instance, FlexiPay works only with the blue-collar workers, with the big employers of 500 plus, and who pays the official salary. You can partner with someone. You can innovate with the business model, like we mentioned, the budget flying. Bundle and unbundle. You can sell something when you have several products in one. This is something that I want to do. In a couple of years, we're gonna sell financial literacy in our app. We're gonna sell the paychecks, because people do not understand how they paid, how much do they earn, and other stuff. You can go to down markets, so targeting more poor people. You can go to the premium segment. What I did back in the days when I didn't have any product at all, and I was in a B2B segment, I was looking for the letters of intent. I had the presentation only and Figma slides, and I went to 25 maybe employers and told them that the product is almost done and I need their letter of intent, so if they want to be my first customers. That was lie, of course, because I needed at least 6 months to build the actual product. But out of 25 companies that I approached, one gave me those letter of intent. They believed that my presentation, my Figma, my poor slides, will bring them some value, and they signed this letter of intent, and that also helped me to raise the first pre-seed investments, because someone believed in the value that I was presenting. And if you're in a B2C market, you should ask for pre-order, fake door. If you didn't know what fake door means, when on your website you have the button buy, and when they buy that, you say that something went wrong, and you will communicate and find them later, but you can check the initial wish to buy from you. Back to the B2B, what I've learned, you should charge your clients from the day one. There is no need to give them free trials, no. If they want to pay you, they will pay from the day one. If they do not want to pay you, you will just waste time over the month while they are thinking if they buy your product or not. If you're in a B2C market, you should offer money back after some period, but do not offer the free trials. Free is always bad, because you are not learning anything over this free trial. If they ask their money back, you will do that. B2B, charge from day one. If you're thinking about the price for your B2C product, you should analyze the similar niches. How much do they charge over there? For the B2B, there is a formula that you should understand the value that you create for your B2B customer and then charge 30% of those value. For instance, if thanks to your product, they can save like $1 million per year, you should charge them $300,000 per year. And this is something that we are doing now in FlexiPay. I wish I knew this formula earlier, because now we have to raise the prices to hit this amount, but still that works. Cool, this is everything that I want to talk to you now, and I guess I saved some time for the next speaker. I remind you that after the lunch, we will meet again here, and Nastya will show us the places where you can ask any questions. You can share with me any of your insights, problems, challenges, whatever, because my goal here is to talk to you as a founder to founder and potentially help you to overcome your challenge. Thank you a lot for your time.
Yaroslav, thank you so much for your presentation. I think that was very insightful, and you're going to have the opportunity to ask all the questions on the mentoring sessions. As for now, we are moving to the next block, which is financing, including fundraising and external funding, and it will be presented to you by Katerina Dekhtyar. Katerina Dekhtyar is part of our YEP Deep Tech Acceleration team, and she's a program director, of course, also as a chapter director at Startup Grind. Round of applause to Katerina.
So hello everybody. So daily I see several startups a day, and I work with startups every day, so happy to be here today as well. And huge thanks for the previous presentation, because my next presentation is very much built on how you understand lean canvas, how you understand value, because there is zero chance to do anything about finance, especially as a startup, if you do not understand your value and you have no clue of where you're going to. But wow. So this one is forward. Okay, so this one is forward. So that's basically a little bit of the background. I've been in Wannabes, so pretty close to NetPeak many years ago. And to a whole bunch of Ukrainian tech ecosystem organizations as well, and global as well. So as Vacuum Deep Tech, we have a whole bunch of projects, and we'll stop on that more when needed. And since today's workshop is targeted to startups that are TRL 3-5, we're going to talk about that and how does that relate to like financing? How does that relate to how you understand the value? And actually, I will show you the pictures of the Excel. Usually, I just do it manually with the doc. It works way better. And we're going to talk about like fundraising, how it's different from grants, and what are the most active programs currently in Ukraine. And partner search tool, I guess you will not find something totally new, because they're pretty obvious. And business development, like why do you need to go to conference? Why do you need to invest into public relationships? Why do you need to invest overall into any business relationships? And how does the VC attraction work? So raise your hand if you have already seen it, like TRL scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Okay, so briefly, you can always Google it. Like most of the things that I'm telling are not unique. You can just Google it, but you definitely need to understand how it works and what this scale is about if you plan to apply for granting, specifically European granting, specifically EIC-funded granting. Because like working with the documents with the startups every day, I see a lot of misunderstandings and a lot of really costly mistakes about that. So if you're in the stage 3 to 5, most likely you're very much in the pre-sales. So you've been like in lab testing, that's the maximum. So you're somewhere between, you've already done the research, you're in the development, but you're definitely not in the deployment and sales. So once again, there's a lot of reading that can be done, but the idea is that the TRL 3 is applied research, 4 is like validation in the lab, let's call it. and 5 is demonstration in like a mimic environment. So it's not like a real production environment yet, right? So when we come to TRL, there's also IRL, like investment readiness thing, because every time when you understand your value better, you validate your value better, your investment readiness also changes. Because if we plan to talk about investment, we need just to understand how does it relate to your product. Because usually it goes together. It cannot go like, okay, we have idea, we have research, today we cost like somebody in the round A. Not likely. But I've seen that a lot. Like Kyiv startups, they're like brilliant scientists and like, okay, 3 years after now, I will cost like X million, so let's do around like this. Really? So TRL and IRL also, they always go hand in hand. And you can like explore these tables endlessly, but the overall idea is the product maturity, product market fit, and how ready for technology and investment you are, it's always connected. And we can watch the Excel pictures, right? So the overall idea here is that I just like took one of the files that I've been working. You can see the year, first of all, like it's a pretty ancient year. So, because in the end of the day, you just need to structure. Like one way is you structure it with the link canvas. The other, you just try to put it into numbers. That's not something new. That's something that the whole world is using, like income statement, which is usually like called like P&L, profit and loss statement. Balance sheet, which is less used already. Like balance sheet is like built upon on the first from the first step, and the first step is definitely the profit and loss statement. And then you have the statement of cash flow, which is again built upon the previous steps. But since you're a startup, you don't have like lots of data. You're just running the tests, verifying, running the tests and verifying. So how do you build a standard form that is usually based on huge amount of data from business, and you're not a business yet? So any ideas for that? How do you do that? How do you make this thing, which looks very weird, work for your startup?
I guess you can try to look at your competition, maybe look at like their financials, and then try to find some kind of like basic margins that they're making, and then try to extrapolate this on your business and your expectations, something like that.
Having a benchmark is a good idea. When you already have some hypothesis, you're trying to ask yourself, does it make sense? And then you look for a benchmark for competition, or like try to just test it by doing many things. But here, there is data entry sheet. Something not typical for this form. So since you're a startup and you just need to be able to test every number, how it will end up in the analytical form, because 3 of these, like income statement, cash flow, balance sheet, they are analytical. So they source data from somewhere, and they source data from data entry sheet. And here you run all your hypotheses, experiments, and whatever. In all of the next pages, you never have a number. You will always have formula that pulls the number from somewhere. And usually it will pull it from data entry sheet. And so you're a startup. Let's assume you have devices and stripes, like product A, product B. And most likely they are connected. So they are like complementary products. They sell together. And like I've just populated with very simple numbers like 10, 50, like whatever, just to show that like there is some kind of sales happening. Let's assume that the sales are happening, because this is an assumption that the sales will be happening. We believe in ourselves, we believe in our startup. And this means that they will sell with this price. And ta-da, magic happens. I'm showing Excel with the pictures. So, ta-dum, dum, Just a second. That's back. That's back. That's back. That's forward. Okay. So I will show most likely the upper part of the document soon as well. So here in the statement of income, there's usually like the upper part, which shows all of your sales, and the lower part, which shows all of the expenses. Expenses are usually easy to predict unless you hear a startup and they say like, well, we had a grant and we think that we didn't spend the money correctly. We just spend the money for nothing. And the question is like, okay, so how do you deliver the value? Why did you invest your grant money into something that does not deliver value to your product? This is how you start to have the feeling that you didn't spend the money right. You just somehow spent it, but like, has it been targeted to how you deliver the value? Because actually when you already have the value, the next question is, how do you deliver it? Like what kind of resources, which is, I guess that would be like the unfair advantage. What kind of resources you need to deliver your unique value? And that's actually where you need to invest your money, because as a startup you have pretty limited resources. The prices are very market level, very predictable. So here in the lower part of the document you will not see anything new. You just take the market average and assume you cannot change it, because this is not your business to change the average salary in the market. And you will have like net income, right? Somewhere from the sales, you will derive into the net income, and most likely for the startup again it's going to be not positive. So because here you have, it would be easier to have the whole document, but since we have the pictures, let's work with the pictures. So there's always a very standard structure. I can share the template after. You can Google the template as well, because it's a very obvious template and it's like pretty accessible everywhere. So here is the, I guess the slide's duplicated and I don't have the upper part. Yeah. So here's the total sales. You see, because I populated it in the beginning with like random numbers, we kind of have sales, we kind of have in-house sales, we have them from devices, because always after you have sales, you have the cost of those sales. Like, did you give discounts to your clients? Do you have distributors? Actually, do you have the channels? Because usually here we just use distributors. Here, instead of distributors, you can have like customer acquisition cost. What did it cost you to make the sale happen? Because that was not very like online selling business. It was like more like a business sales. That's why we didn't estimate it as an online, we estimated it as like distributors. And here's the net sales, because also in case you're not selling like download the mobile app, if you're selling the physical good, something that has its cost because it's a physical thing, it will have the cost of goods sold, like COGS, like cost of goods sold. And for those devices that you just sold, there is like also the cost of how much it costs to produce it. That's why when you see the structure, for example, when somebody goes on Kickstarter, there is a very like well-known ratio of price versus cost of goods. So if you're going to fundraising public platform, what should be the ratio of price versus the cost of goods sold? What's the estimate? Because now, I mean, we all know that customer acquisition costs should be like 30% or something, or even better, but not worse. But when it comes to sales price and cost of goods sold, understanding that on the way, we also have customer acquisition costs as well. So what can be the cost of goods sold to the sales price? What's the critical point? So if you have the sales price of 100, what's the maximum price that we can afford for cost of goods sold? Yeah, just to be doing good, not extra super profits, just to be doing good. No, operational costs, they will be also happening over there. Yeah. No. So, okay, let's step back. Where from do we know that the customer acquisition cost should be not more than 30% of the sales price.
The normal ratio is 1/3. The customer acquisition cost should be like 33% of the LTV. But for the cost of goods sold, I don't know the normal ratio.
Over there we have operational cost, tax, and maybe something else like cost of goods sold. So all of that is in that 70%.
There is also things such as churn rate. So essentially, it can also impact significantly your LTV. Yeah.
So we still have like 100% of revenue. It comes from sales, usually. No, so I wish we had like a blackboard to draw. So we still have 100%. 30% is occupied by customer acquisition cost. And not likely it will go down because the more advertising market is very competitive. You have taxes, you have operational cost. You cannot influence operational cost at all because that's market value average number. So currently, how many spare, non-occupied space in those 100% we have?
40% free space for other expenses. So if you have 100%, you have 30% for the acquisition, you have profit which you expect maybe 30%, healthy margin, and so you have only 40% for all other expenses.
Yeah, so usually the profit is estimated at that level for many reasons. So now you have 40% for salaries, operational cost, something for taxes, but usually P&L may not include taxes because the idea is that P&L brings you to EBITDA, which is earnings before income, taxation, amortization, depreciation, and stuff like that. So usually P&L may not include it. So we have 40% for salaries and for cost of goods sold if you're selling something physical, if you're not doing the mobile app. So how much the cost of goods sold can be from your price? 20. So when all the companies get ready for like crowdfunding campaign, the cost of goods sold, the production, cannot be more than 20% from their sales price. So it should be like at least 1:5 ratio. This is where it comes from, because you cannot ignore like customer acquisition cost, and you cannot ignore profit and other operational costs. So here, if you're not a mobile app, make sure that you pay attention to this. And in the end, like there's mathematics that gives you like the total revenue. That's forward, hopefully. So yeah. So when we look more attentively, this like expense side, we have office, we have staff, we have people, we have marketing and promotion that you cannot relate to one sale. So that like there are usually marketing costs that you cannot relate into customer acquisition costs directly. And representative expenses, like you go for an expo, you go for meetings, you go for, you have office facilities again, like legal. There are many different pieces of stuff that you can have it depending on what kind of a startup of business you are. Excel and pictures, spare parts. Yeah, cost of prototyping. Here it comes to general expenses of your company, because cost of prototyping is not directly in the one unit of the good that you're selling. It's like an overall investment when you're TRL 3, 4, 5, or 2, or like even earlier, because you need to do your like homework, you need to do prototyping, you need to find how this product works. So considering you're somewhere in the TRL before 7, before 8, you will have the cost of prototyping as well. And here it's pretty modest, considering that it's a physical good. So here we come to financing. That's the next page. Because when we already see the result of our previous slide, here, we have like net income. Just because I populated the picture and we kind of have sales, we assume that we have it, so we have positive numbers. In case you have 0 for sales, and in most likely in TRL 3, 4, 5, you have 0 sales, it means that actually net income is below 0, so you need to find financing from somewhere because you still have the bills to cover. Bam! And overall, any company, startup, whoever you are, it has like 3 types of activities, like operational, financing, and investment activities. So from operational activity, you know that you're doing like below 0. You're a startup, that's okay, you're in search of a business model. Investment activity. This is not attracting investment. Investment activity is like, you were a very young startup in 2016, you got your payout for something, and you decided suddenly to buy 1 Bitcoin. And then in the year 2023, you're good to go. Yes, because your financing, your investment activity somehow magically became a success. Nobody had expectations that this will be successful, but some non-operational asset that you buy for some magical reason in your head, it had like positive appreciation forward. And when it comes to attracting investment, this is the financing part. So financing may come from debt financing, and that's not necessarily the way for the startup. Not really. Equity sold. That's usually the path that the startup takes by signing the capital. And there's also grant activity, which is non-equity financing. So in the end, when these 3 parts all get together, this number, net change in cash, this is what matters. Because there are periods when net cash, again, just because this is one period, it can be negative. But the cumulative, it should be positive. It means that you are able to meet all your liabilities within this period. And definitely all of this is very simple because it's calculated with vertical periods, and there is no step, like diagonal step of bringing liability from previous period into the next one, from previous into the next one. So this template totally ignores the factor of postponed payments. It's just like, live today. Pam. So that's the overall idea. I have the template, I will share it with you. I guess we all understood the basic idea that in the bottom somewhere, there's the data entry sheet. And you populate it like with what kind of sales I will have, what kind of salaries I will have. And for your convenience, you can also write, when you populate the data sheet, is this a fact? Is this a hypothesis? Is this something that you at least tested versus the market benchmark? So have you looked at the market? Or it's just like in your head somewhere. And it can be like a very brave hypothesis. And then when you change numbers in the net income, you can see how sensitive the income statement is to certain numbers. Most sensitive, it will be to the sales.
I have a small question. So our startup is building like B2B AI SaaS. So we're using a lot of cloud compute. And we received around $40,000 of free compute credits from corporate companies. So I'm just curious, how can we put it into this? Yeah, because this is money that we can only spend on operational cloud compute. So this is not like cash. So yeah, just not sure how to put it in here.
I guess we have an assumption.
But this is like in a grant, so you cover your operation cost by income from grant or for the credits or whatever. But in end of the day, you need to spend cash on it. You can, instead of spend cash, you can get grants for the part of your operation cost.
So basically it will appear in 2 parts of this document. It will appear under grant because you don't have debt obligation and you didn't give equity for this. So you get it with no obligation, with no given equity. It's a grant. But it's not a cash. So you can reflect it because there is some little thing called like payables or receivables. So it lives in that era, which is already taking time into consideration that it's pretty similar, as fluid as cash. It's almost as fluid as cash, because liquidity matters. So how close to the cash it is. And also, the one page that I was not very fond of showing today, because that's also a good part of the time, that's the balance sheet. What kind of assets you have, liabilities, you will also reflect it as an asset. Almost a cash asset, you will just reflect it not as cash, but as the payable/receivable. So, a little bit of Steve Blank. I guess everybody seen Steve Blank in every talk about the startups. So, the idea, and I can share the link to this article as well, for the TRL and how investment ready you are and how it links to the link canvas is pretty simple. It starts over here, like business model, customer development, agile engineering, and it comes to this. Again, when you populate your Excel, what kind of information it is? Hypothesis, have you been experimenting or like validating, or is it like facts that you are putting into your any financial document? And here comes the lean canvas revision. It will come pretty soon. So weekly canvas updates, because once you do the lean canvas, it's not like it's done once and forever. No, it's a very convenient tool to systematically put what you understand about your product. And there can be hypotheses, there can be facts, there can be results of experiments, there can be news and updates from the market, because you always keep tracking where the market is going, because most likely you're somewhere in a very innovative market and you need to track it. So weekly canvas updates. And when you have those, there's like weekly progress, and how does it bring you to your validation of what you're doing for experiment and to investment readiness level. Pam. So, lean canvas, test the hypothesis, do the scorecard, like which one we de-risk. So there's another approach that I really liked in one of the previous discussions for investment readiness. It's like, how do you de-risk your startup? Because usually as a startup, you put down the list of your risks, and you understand that all of it is like a big continuous risk. And when you do this weekly canvas updates, it's basically you try to answer one question: how do you de-risk your startup? How you get more and more confident about what you're doing, how you get more and more confident about your vision. So de-risk it. And here is the investment readiness. So in the TRL 3-4, you most likely are somewhere in prototype, low fidelity, minimum viable product, somewhere like there. It's a little bit too early for institutional investment. It's good for grants. It's sometimes when it's a really like person who has huge experience in the market, it can be good for angels. But definitely that person has to have like zero illusion about the market and has to have huge value added into your product. That's a good angel. And so when you get here, somewhere like right side of the canvas is validated, or there's like a high fidelity of MVP, then you're like more ready for investment, institutional investment.
Yeah, I just heard from a lot of different like investors that each of them has a very unique meaning of what is product market fit. For some it can be like letter of intention. For others it must be already like stable monthly revenue and growth of it. So like, what do we do about that?
The answer is pretty simple. There is such thing as length of a sales cycle. If your product has a very short sales cycle, like mobile app, you don't need a letter of intent to download the mobile app. It's super quick. When you're operating in a market that has, like, for example, like seasonality, and it's like industrial equipment, so where the sales cycle is very long, then definitely a trustable letter of intent can be understood as being with the product market fit. Like totally depends on the sales cycle. Because there are products that have like sales cycle is like super huge. And then no other way, you just need the letter of intent and this is it. But in most cases, if it's like straightforward like B2C sales, no. Ba-bam. Oh, startup is the search for business model. Lean canvas, right? So how do you de-risk it? And when you're on the way of de-risking, you become like more as a sustained business model and more investment ready. Lean canvas, create value, deliver value, and capture value. Couple of my favorite pictures just to get back to the value and how it relates to finance. So I guess if you've been to any Wacom workshop, you've seen it. So what kind of a product it is? So they need wealthy customers, they need free charging stations, high performance electric vehicle, but they don't need to invest a lot into resources like Lovemark brand. They don't care a lot for Lovemark brand, they don't care a lot for design, don't care a lot for marketing, branding, but the key critical parts are here. So when it comes to de-risking, they need to be very sure about this. And the rest is just not the priority. And in terms of where do you invest your granting money as well? So what kind of a business is this? Yeah, Tesla. So that's like one business model. Next one. Basically, the right part of the link canvas doesn't matter, which is not the startup model exactly, or not usually. So here, the whole innovation has been more like in the business model. And what really matters is like good price, good operational cost, and acceptable design. And this is what allows to scale global. And that's IKEA because the model is different. They have like standard boxes, very good operational cost. What, disagree? Oh, so you see that like the right side doesn't matter for them. This allows them to scale internationally. They can go to any geography and be a success. Because what the customer segment is, or what is the perceived value doesn't matter in this business model. Another story, brand is very important. The cost structure is less important, but the brand matters. Efficient operations also don't matter that much. So here, like the left part of the canvas is less populated, but the right part of the canvas is very populated. And that's like Apple goods, because first of all, it's not like, they call it as a technology company. But when it comes to why people buy them, why mass market buys them, not the tech geeks, but the mass market, that's the Lovemark brand. So when you get home after today's workshop, you open your Lean canvas, start from there, start from the first session that we had today, then try to go into finance. Because when we were in the P&L, we had this like lower part that actually takes our money. We have upper part that brings money, the sales, and we had the lower part that is like taking our money. Salaries, equipment, whatever else where we want to spend our money as a business. So when you spend money as a business, you need to create value. When you need to create value, you need to know where this value lives in your Lean canvas. It's like, there have been startups that were like, we are like coding something, and the question is like, but if this is not a critical value, why you just don't get it from the market and invest money where you have the critical value? So don't spend money, don't spare resources that are very limited into something where you don't have the critical value. Distance to buy, this is what we were talking about, right? Distance to buy. Sometimes it's big and you will need letter of intent and all other proofs of market fit. Sometimes the distance to buy is pretty short and you will have it just proved as a fact. And there's also reasons to buy. Sometimes it's a market push, sometimes it's a market pull. So sometimes your market fit is so good that you don't need to invest a lot into outbound marketing and like super expensive customer acquisition cost, but that's a very rare case, like super rare case. That's why it makes sense to go to the market that are like blue market. Everybody dreams about blue market because everybody thinks that the customer acquisition cost is going to be low there. But they don't consider this, that usually in the low market, in the blue market, in the blue ocean, you have a huge distance to the buy because this is emerging market. You have a lot of time to educate your client, and you will invest into that. Maybe the customer acquisition cost will be good, but the investment to educate your client will be like huge. So there's always like the other side of the moon, right? So in the red market, there is something that we call like saturation. So the customer acquisition cost is going up, cost per click, or CPM, whatever that can be growing up, it's going up in time. And I mean, that happens. And there's also like such thing as, oops, this is forward. There's also such thing as product winner, product qualifier. Coming back to the story of critical resource, there is a qualifier. So in this picture with the like lady eating pizza, what is the product qualifier and what is the winner? Qualifier is like somewhere that the product cannot be not doing. And the winner is the reason why you're buying specifically product A, not B, C, D, E, F, G. So in the case with pizza, so what's the product qualifier?
It's the affordable, decent enough pizza, essentially. Like it has to be like a pizza. And a decent, yeah. Yes, and at an okay price, like you don't want to spend 1,000 hryvnia per pizza.
So it's a kind of a market value, the market level, market like average value that you cannot fall below. But you open the app, or you like 10 years ago in a party with the friends, like, okay, we need pizza. Why do you order pizza A, not B, C, D, E, F?
Because of you like taste, time of delivery, so you can have it right now. It's usually on party. It can be game changer.
So yeah, in a pizza case, definitely the speed, like, can I get the party still going and the pizza? So the speed matters. So 10 years ago, you would usually like call, and you will most likely call the pizza that you know is like around the corner. And that's why like for food and like fast food, location was critical. Today we have the mobile app, and you basically see what's on the mobile app, and that's how the qualifier in that market has changed. You just need to have a very good rating in the mobile app today to be selected as a simple product of a pizza. So now it's not that critical for location. This is why many dark stores appeared. As well as like restaurants, those that don't exist physically, but they have proper rating in a proper place. Bam bam. Same example for Ukrainian deep tech startup, right? So the qualifier is basically that it works, but the winner is what kind of value they give to the hospital, because what they offer to the hospital is like one-stop solution. So other than just doing the ceramic bone prosthesis, they also provide the rest of the ecosystem services that need to be in that hospital to make this whole thing happen. And currently when they step into the hospital, which is totally not equipped, they provide the whole solution. Coming back to critical value, they don't do the rest of the solution themselves. They know the best suppliers who can do the rest of the ecosystem, and to the hospital they sell the rest of the ecosystem as well. So that's what makes it a winner. So now back to our financing. So here is the fundraising and grants. Sourcing of financing. Own capital, maybe it could have happened. external capital. Most likely it's going to be external capital. And sources of external financing, capital, debt capital, not the case as we already know. Most likely it's not the case if it's a startup. Subscribed capital. Subscribed capital doesn't mean capital on your account. It basically means they subscribed capital. It's an agreement between two people that on the first call they will provide you financing, that they will do the transfer. So it's like subscribed, right? And usually all the big rounds, they come in milestones and tranches, right? Same for investment. It comes like not in one sum, not in one arrival. So it's subscribed capital. So, ba-bam. So when it comes back to what we were talking about, qualifier, winner, qualifier and winner, it very much relates to this next picture. Startup financing cycle. So actually to be like really attractive for investment, you need to be not in the qualifier level, you need to be in the winner level, because you need to actually first do this market fit, and then you need to be growing. And you can only be growing if there is both the product qualifier and product winner, that this will give you good growth in your sales. There's something that is called like the death valley. Usually the more scientific the project is, the bigger the death valley is, because the TRLs, the basic TRLs, like scientific research and then like lab validation, they can last for a couple of years. And most likely this is not the stage where the venture institutional financing steps in, because you're not yet in the TRL ready for always a very raw product, just because they know that you is you, and usually you deliver cool products. But that's more like a bypass. That's a very good bypass, having great reputation as a scientist. Usually the death valley for like really deep tech projects is huge, so that's why most likely you need grant financing or friends, family, and other good people, and maybe seed capital if you're lucky. So usually the market fit is somewhere pretty close to being break-even, to being here. If it's a direct sales, right? If it's not a letter of intent. Sometimes, if you're super cool and super lucky, the letter of intent may come, for example, with the prepay. It still doesn't mean that you break even, but still you try to be cash positive. Yeah. So you can hardly find many Ukrainian startups that have been to IPO. Startup going to IPO is a unicorn. So it's like many years of hard work. And it's not only about the deep techs, because recently there has been like a huge picture of like, it took 8 years for Figma to get to mass market sales. It took like 6-7 years for most of the tools that we use in our daily work to get to market, because they went into the blue market. It was a huge time to get their customer educated or properly equipped with the proper computers that can actually support Figma. So it's a long, wonderful way of raising investment. Every time when you raise investment, definitely the valuation of the company will be going up. But not necessarily. There are also cases when you're kind of going in time, but your valuation is not going up. It means that there is something wrong with the product market fit, or you're not watching your cost operation, how many people you have. Because this is optimistic scenario, that the valuation goes up in time. Sometimes you can just go flat, or you can go down. And your previous investors will not be very happy, because for them this means the depreciation of what they have invested. So that's a very positive case. Bum. So the currently active grants in Ukrainian market, Igor in the beginning, Markevich has presented lots of EIT community grants that you can look up and apply, and we all encourage you to do so. In Ukraine, there's also active application call for USF, NICEF grant in Seeds of Bravery, ask me more, because Vacuum Deep Tech is one of the several Ukrainian organizations in that consortium. And actually monitor the landscape, visit more events like today. Partner search tool. You can kill me, correct me if I'm wrong, but LinkedIn, currently, the premium subscription is a very strong tool. If you know specifically what you're looking for, if you have good business communication, not approaching people like, hey, John, buy my product. That's the example of bad business communication. Good business communication is like, John, like, the article that you were commenting or where you were given the quote is really interesting. Could you tell me more? So try to establish the connection first, and then, like, can you buy my product? Pitch book, this is something that we encourage all our startups to do, like pitch book, F6S, Crunchbase, all the platforms like Ghost. There are many of them. Subscription. So there are many services. Some of them have high quality, some of them have low quality, that actually monitor all grants happening in our region. And some of the organizations really have outstanding portfolios, so always ask any potential partner for their portfolio. And there are online communities like, for example, Startup Grind Global, which I represent in Ukraine. They have their own startup community, and as a startup you can join it. There's lots of useful content over there. But there are many other communities as well. Bam. EIT community, for example, right? LinkedIn. Bam. PitchBook. Tech ecosystem. That's like also a community where you can meet potentially a lot of partners. Business development and innovation. Why you should go for an expo? Why you should go for more meetings? Why you should look at organizations that are into, in case you're selling to corporates or you plan to sell to corporates, like those who are doing the open innovation, right? Who have already the door open to corporations. And when it comes to corporate VC and like private VC, it's almost 50-50 globally. So the amount of money under management with the corporate VC is like very much the same as the money of like private VC. Bam. And also it's a good idea to invest into your reputation. Sometimes you can do the sales because people trust you. They don't see your product, they just know the team, that's enough. Like public relationship. And that's why you should go to conference, because it has many good opportunities. Startup pitch event. There are many of them. In Ukraine, outside of Ukraine, online. Because like in the last several years, our life and business culture has changed a lot, because we started to do during the COVID and continued after many things online. So when it comes to corporate VC and open and innovation, the global leader is like Plug and Play. They have the biggest database and the amount of interactions per startup on their portfolio or on their database with the corporations and like chief innovation officer in the innovation. And Plug and Play is part of the Seeds of Bravery consortium. So if you one day become the startup in one of the programs of Seeds of Bravery, most likely you will be connected to this community, this ecosystem as well. Invest in your reputation, public relationships. If you can be like positively on the media, do this. This really has huge impact on how you later do your raise the round and get other scores as well. Sales cycle, there is also deal cycle. So there's always a dedicated person on your team that will do the fundraising, and also when you did your P&L, you see when you will be, how long, at least you estimate, how long you will be cash negative. You understand how much you need to raise, but you also understand the time, how soon you need to fundraise. Usually this is like now or yesterday, But still, this doesn't cancel the deal cycle, and the deal cycle is somewhere like 5-6 months to 18 months. So you need to plan your resources and plan your time. Definitely the ecosystem where you are has huge impact on that. So sometimes if you're in a very hot ecosystem that's full of money and venture investment, it's easier to get the investment and it's faster. If you're in other ecosystem, it's going to be longer. Deal cycle. 3 times 6 months. Sometimes 1 time 6 months, sometimes 2, sometimes all like 3 times 6 months. Dedicated person, because actually to close the round, it's a funnel, right? It's like a sales funnel. Somebody has to work with that funnel. So it's a dedicated person who is like a Robocop. 5 calls a day, 5 follow-ups, maybe 8, maybe 10, and then structure, get into like several offers. Most likely this is you as a founder. Not likely it's going to be somebody junior who can close the calls efficiently. No, it's not a junior role or a CFO, so it should be somebody like really mature. There's always like the legal side of it, and I know that today we're going to talk about that, like other speakers will talk about that. Always there is like a huge role of who's the founder, because the earlier you are, the more the team and the founder personality matters, because there is nothing else that you have. You don't have the market fit, you don't have assets, you don't have anything else, you just have your team, your idea, so founder matters. What are the other assets, like your unique invention, maybe, if it's there? Don't forget about tax. But in the end, there will be the legal talk today as well. Remember about this thing, that this is optimistic scenario. Sometimes it can go wrong. Startup capitalization table. You and your team, you start to establish your relationship very early, and you will continue with that relationship through years. So you make an agreement on the day A, like we are 3 founders, we have like 34%, and it's going to be cool. But then you have next investment rounds, and it's going to change a lot. Usually, especially if you have somebody new on the team, you de-risk yourself by vesting, saying that like, dear software developer Oleg, or like Maximo, whoever, you will get your shares only after you show your performance for a year or 2, or like you put the term of how long he has to perform before he has any shares. But definitely with your founders, in every series, like what's the balance between you as founders will be changing, what's the balance between you and external investors, it will also be changing. That's another way to look at grants, like with huge enthusiasm. They are equity free and they don't change this thing. There's a cliff. This is what I was saying about, like usually you de-risk yourself by establishing a condition. Like new member, you will get your shares only after you perform with good results for a couple of years. Growth strategy. You go into the blue market or you go into the red market. We talked about this. There's also saturation. We talked about that as well. So blue market, low on saturation, but very long before people will be ready. Red market, people are very ready. Usually distance to buy is very low, but the customer acquisition cost is just killing your business. And that's been the finance for startups. Ba-bum. Anastasia.
Thank you a lot, Katerina. And if you have any more questions to Katerina, she'll be available for a short period of time, and then we are going to proceed to mentoring. So be sure that you catch Katerina before the mentoring session if you have any questions. And for now, that's not right. We have a lunch break that is going to be for 30 minutes right now. We have very delicious food over there. And then in 30 minutes, we'll proceed with Denis Popov and our next blocks. So enjoy your food. Тут краще. Ну, краще. І почнеться наша частина. In English. Our second part will start with a presentation by our partner, Diia City. And today with us we have Uliana Novikova. She'll be presenting opportunities available to you by Diia City, and the presentation will be held in Ukrainian. So round of applause to Uliana.
Можна клікати? Всіх вітаю. Як вже сказали, мене звати Уляна, я лігал-експертка проєктного офісу Diia City і лід по онбордингу резидентів Diia City. Сьогодні вам розкажу, що таке, в принципі, Diia City, для чого воно створювалось і як там бути. Тож, на сьогодні в Diia City вже понад 1200 компаній. Це компанії, які набували там на загальних умовах, великі компанії міжнародні та стартапи, які починають тільки свій шлях, маленькі, але вже створили юридичну особу в Україні і почали рухатись і набирати оберти. Тож, чим привабливо Diia City, в принципі, це найвідоміше, що може бути, це про податки, тому що компанії, які заходять в Diia City, мають певні пільгові ставки податків. Почнемо, напевно, з того, хто може бути резидентом Diia City. Резидентом Diia City може бути компанія, яка здійснює кваліфіковані види діяльності. Кваліфіковані види діяльності зараз представлені на екрані. Зазвичай, в принципі, це компанії, які безпосередньо займаються розробкою, IT-продуктами, але з початком повномасштабного вторгнення ми розширили види діяльності ще додатково на певні категорії компаній. І останнє розширення видів діяльності – це було на біонічне протезування. Тобто зараз велика потреба нашій країні на біонічне протезування, воно технологічне, тож уряд ухвалив рішення про те, що такі компанії теж можуть бути резидентом Diia City. Також в Diia City можуть бути компанії, які займаються розробкою БПЛА, технічною частиною для обороноздатності нашої країни. І в першій ітерації закону не було хостингу, тож його теж згодом додали. Все інше, воно було в базі. Це кібербезпека, робототехніка, це R&D-центри, це видання програмного забезпечення, як я сказала. Дуже великий перелік, тож компанії, в принципі, які займаються всім, що пов'язано з технологіями, можуть набути статус резидента. Є певні критерії для входу компаній. Це не менше 90% доходу повинно здійснюватись від тих видів діяльності, які були на попередньому слайді. Тобто компанії повинні на 90% отримувати дохід від програмного продукту, або розробки, або SaaS і так далі. Друге – це середня заробітна плата у фахівців компаній. Це можуть бути штатні працівники, це можуть бути їх спеціалісти, нова форма співпраці. Включаються ФОПи, не включаються тільки ці дві категорії. В них повинна бути заробітна плата або винагорода на рівні 1200 євро в середньому, когось більше, у когось менше, це середній показник. Також цих фахівців повинно бути не менше 9. І є такі, як критерії зрозумілі, вони для українського законодавства, в принципі, включені будь-де. Це наявність країни-агресора в статутному капіталі, 25 і більше відсотків не може належати державі. Це повинна бути більше компанія, яка саме комерційна. Також значний податковий борг. Тобто це обмежений перелік, коли компанія хоче набути статус, Мінцифри її перевіряє на ці антикритерії, і якщо вони відсутні, то статус така компанія набуває. Також тут слід сказати, що я розумію, що переважно для стартапів такі критерії будуть важкуваті на вході, тому зараз ведеться активна робота над тим, щоб стартапи могли теж користуватися всіми преференціями резидентства в Diia City, при цьому не відповідати критеріям по кількості людей і тобто кількість людей можна не відповідати, але заробітня плата повинна бути хоча б однієї людини на рівні 1200 євро. Очікуємо незабаром, що цей законопроект буде схвалено, і тоді стартапи зможуть повноцінно теж користуватися всіма привілеями. Наразі стартапи теж є в Diia City, але все ж таки для того, щоб скористуватися, наприклад, пільговими ставками податків на працю, їм треба відповідати по кількості людей заробітній платі. Так. Про податки. Дуже багато прив'язано до податків насамперед, тому що це податковий та правовий простір. І компанії, які є резидентами Diia City, вони можуть бути на двох видах корпоративного податку. Тобто звичайна система оподаткування загальна 18% або так званий податок на виведений капітал. Цей податок саме цікавий в першу чергу стартапам, тому що компанії розвиваються, вони не виводять кошти, як правило, а тільки реінвестують і залучають все більше в обіг компанії. Тож, якщо компанія не виводить кошти та прирівняні платежі до дивідендів, то вона не сплачує податку на прибуток. А якщо виводить дивіденди та прирівняні платежі до них, то буде сплачувати 9% замість 18%. Також є преференції податків на працю. Як ми знаємо, в українському законодавстві ті, хто в штаті, вони сплачують 18% ПДФО і 22% від повної заробітної плати ЄСВ. Diia City дозволяє користуватись пільгами, це 5% податку на доходи фізичних осіб будуть і 22 ЄСВ від мінімальної саме заробітної плати, це зараз орієнтовно на рівні 1700 гривень. Ну і військовий збір залишається незмінним, він складає 1,5%. Так. Щодо стимулювання, в принципі, і стартапів, і інших компаній-резидентів Diia City, то можна залучати, так сказати, ангельські інвестиції. Це стимулювання завдяки тому, що, наприклад, компанія, яка вклалася в український стартап, вона може отримати пільгу на суму цього вкладення. Коли буде цей інвестор, коли буде сплачувати свої податки, він буде віднімати цю суму, яку він вклався в український стартап, і це дозволить бути стартапу більш привабливішим на рівні інвесторів. Також це 0% на доходи фізичних осіб, які теж стали інвесторами в такій компанії. Коли вони виводять дивіденди раз на 2 роки, вони не будуть сплачувати свій податок на дохід від цих дивідендів. Форми найму. Як я вже й сказала, резиденти Diia City можуть залучати як класичну форму найму – це штатні працівники. Нова форма співпраці – це їх спеціалісти. Це як квінтесенція між штатним працівником і ФОПом, тому що ми розуміємо, що IT-індустрія, в принципі, вона дуже багато залучає ФОП, тому що це і низькі податки, і гнучка форма співпраці. Тому, коли приймалось Diia City, було введено нову форму співпраці, таку як їх спеціаліст. Це дозволяє зберігти гнучкість, яка є у ФОПа, і також дозволяє, в принципі, вивести цю людину в прозору площину українського законодавства і не турбуватись про приховані трудові відносини. ФОПи, вони залишаються незмінними, резиденти Diia City теж їх можуть залучати. Ще варто сказати, що податки на працю, ці пільгові, вони діють і для штатних працівників, і для їх спеціалістів. Тобто вони мало чим будуть відрізнятися від податкового навантаження на ФОПи, тому ця форма співпраці є альтернативною для IT-індустрії, яка дозволить зберегти те, до чого звикли, при цьому зберегти ж те ж саме податкове навантаження і структурувати свою компанію прозоро. Так, завдяки Diia City можна вийти за межі українського законодавства в плані того, що в українському законодавстві наявна колізія права інтелектуальної власності. Ну, так як я й сказала, багато хто співпрацює з ФОПами, потім важко довести право інтелектуальної власності на продукт, наприклад. І в Diia City, в принципі, в базовому законі вже вшито те, що права інтелектуальної власності на продукт належать компанії. Тобто, який би фахівець не розробив ту чи іншу частину, це буде належати компанії, яка є резидентом Diia City. Також є елементи англійського права. Це загальноприйняті інвестиційні елементи, які є в усьому світі. До цього в Україні вони так зустрічались в рамках певних договорів, але це не було вшито напряму в українське законодавство. Тож з тим, як було введено Diia City, тепер це чітка норма закону, яка вшиває в українське законодавство елементи англійського права. І тепер, там, наприклад, при залученні інвестицій, це будуть гарантії для таких інвесторів, які вони вже знають, які визнані в усьому світі. Далі наведу приклади великих MA-угод. В Diia City є така компанія «Роздум», її придбала компанія «Адаптавіст». І завдяки тому, що «Роздум» був резидентом Diia City, цю компанію вдалося інтегрувати і викупити «Адаптавістом». Також дуже популярні кейси і зрозумілі – це коли Horizon Capital вкладався і в стартапи, і в компанії резиденти Diia City. Найвідоміші тут буде Preply, GoIT та Viziven. Ну і стабільність умов. Ми розуміємо, що в нашій державі, в принципі, довіра до держави не дуже на високому рівні була, коли там і приймали цей закон, тому в базовому законі вшито, що стабільність умов резидентства в Diia City, воно буде 25 років. Ну, чесно, вже 23, тому що 2 роки ми вже пропрацювали. Тож, це запобігає там погіршенню умов резидентства в Diia City і запобігає недовірі, що відбудуться якісь зміни і правила гри зміняться. Тож це там окрема стаття закону, яку вже вона не підпадає під знак питання. В принципі, резидентство в Diia City, це воно вже як іміджева історія навіть стала. Ми помітили, що резиденти Diia City спочатку з недовірою відносились, потім когось приваблювали податки, когось приваблювала форма співпраці, їх спеціаліст, і там, той же податок на ПНВК і так далі. Але зараз ми бачимо, що компанії, які набувають статусу, вони це роблять зважено, тому що розуміють, що Diia City – це прозора історія, яку можна показати інвестору, яку можна зрозуміти, і яка дає можливість працювати за тими ж пільговими податками, але прозоро, чисто і зрозуміло. Тож, якщо є питання, готова швидесенько відповісти на питання по Diia City. Дивіться, по-перше, його не прийняли. Наскільки відомо, там багато ітерацій і 2 законопроекти зараз йде паралельно. Тому говорити так, що точно піднімуть його для резидентів Diia City не можна, але ми спостерігаємо, є організації об'єднання резидентів Diia City, які теж, повірте, дуже ретельно відслідковують ситуацію з тим, як будуть відбуватись це для резидентів Diia City, і тримають руку на пульсі, щоб стабільність умов зберігалась. Так?
Ну, я розумію, Diia City існує такому досить унікальному правовому полі в Україні. Чи призводиться до якихось правових колізій, і як це взагалі, чи є якась судова практика, коли там унікальні умови Diia City повинно було захищати в суді, в тому числі в Верховному суді України?
Ні, ну, прям такої судової практики ще немає, тому що, в принципі, все працювало там чисто і ні у кого не було таких от питань. Але там деякі моменти були, це, в принципі, там більше до бухгалтерської частини заповнення звітності. Ну, чисто в цій площині. А от щоб якось оспарювати преференції, якось оспарювати правомірність дій резидента, такого не було. І тим паче також в законі є певна норма, яка говорить про те, що правомірність дій резидента стоїть на першому місці. Це якраз коли піде судова практика для того, щоб суду можна було, ну, ми розуміємо, як в нашій державі розглядаються справи, щоб це давало додаткові потужності такому резиденту, який піде в суд. Так. Поясніть більш детально. Дивіться, я зрозуміла. В принципі, Diia City – це не окрема екосистема, вона вшита в українське законодавство. І тому, так, тут, скоріш за все, що стосується інших компаній, іншого законодавства, воно теж буде розповсюджуватись на резидентів Diia City. Якщо ми говоримо там про конкретні там якісь кейси, те, як розглядалося це там для резидента Diia City або не для резидента Diia City, то такого немає. Але якщо це повинно розповсюджуватись на таку компанію, воно теж буде розповсюджуватись за виокремленням тих норм, які є конкретними для резидентів. Так? Так. Скажіть, будь ласка, коли ви зареєстрували? Ні, компанію. Тут важливо компанію, коли більше року. А там зазвичай колеги, вони прописують, в чому питання було відмови. Я розумію вас, але, як я сказала, компанії 1200, а офіс у нас дуже маленький, ті, хто розглядають критичність, їх 2 людей. Тож вони в межах цих 10 днів намагаються опрацювати весь той об'єм, тому що всі компанії, які є резидентами Diia City, вони можуть стати критичними. Це одна із критеріїв на критичність. Другий критерій зазвичай це відсутність заборгованості і середня заробітна плата по регіону. Тож дуже багато звернень на це і пакет документів. І щоб ви розуміли, ну просто як компанія ваша називається? Добре. Тоді у вас є контакти моїх колег? Давайте ми з вами обміняємось контактами, щоб подивитись, що саме у вас не так. Можливо, якось не так розуміємо розписані умови, що ви там щось не додали. Добре? Так.
Я правильно почув, що законопроект розробляється для менших стартапів, які ще не мають 9 людей?
Так, звичайно. В принципі, коли створювалась Diia City, воно вже було включено в базовий режим, що так само будуть стартапи можуть не відповідати там певним критеріям і бути резидентами Diia City, користуватись пільговими ставками податків. І коли я кажу, що менші компанії можуть резидентами Diia City бути, вони, в принципі, і зараз можуть бути. В принципі, якщо компанії навіть один день, вона може набути статусу резидента. І на умовах стартапу. Що дає компанії, що він заходить на умовах саме стартапу? Він може не відповідати критеріям по кількості людей і заробітній платі, і бути резидентом, не втрачаючи цей статус. А коли ми стикнулися там з практикою, то наше трактування Мінцифри і трактування податкової, воно відрізняється. Тому, коли ми говоримо про законопроект, це стосується саме податкового змін в податковий кодекс, тому що, щоб компанії, стартапи теж могли користуватись пільговими ставками податків, треба дещо змінити в податковому законодавстві. Зараз компанії, стартапи, які не відповідають там цим критеріям, вони можуть бути резидентами, зберігають свій статус, але, на жаль, не можуть застосувати саме пільгове оподаткування податків на працю. ПНВК для них зберігається. А от саме податки на працю, на жаль, поки не можуть відповідати критеріям по кількості людей заробітній платі, вони їх не можуть застосувати. Все інше на стартапи розповсюджується і зараз. Ми розуміємо, ми вже якраз на фінішній прямій і найближчим часом буду сподіватися, що ми зможемо вийти в паблік з тим, що вже прийнято цей законопроект. Так? Дякую.
Дякую дуже вам як партнерам, що долучилися до нас і що сьогодні доїхали все ж таки. Дуже вдячні вам за підтримку. And we are moving forward to Денис Попов. Finally. Denise is serial entrepreneur and CTO at Note AI, and he'll be presenting today the topic go-to-market and product development. He'll be also one of your dedicated mentors together with Yaroslav Kaplan and Alex Orab. I think you had time to talk to him before, but right now, his module. Welcome, Denise.
Yeah, hi. My name is Dennis, and few words about me. That I have master degree in computer science here in the KPI. I have 20 years of experience in the high-tech IT. I participate in the Vidal. This is face recognition startup. And the first acquisition from the Google in 2012. What else that I want to highlight? This is Pearl gene disease search, fast annotation human gene disease search, and I'm really passionate about DNA and gene diseases probably 11 years from now. I wrote Ukraine analytics for the 100,000 site for Ukraine. For I don't know what top of the world company. I make that shadow Instagram when it was possible 9 years ago for the #1 influencer marketing agency in US. I was founder, probably one of the founder of Ring Ukraine. This is a R&D center for Ring.com, the smart video doorbell, and we run office from 0 to maybe 800 engineers within 1 year, and main company Ring.com was acquired by Amazon for the $1 billion, and Ukrainian office added 200 million for this evaluation. I also was the co-founder of Neuromation. This is synthetic data generation for neural network, and we go for ICO, initial coin offer in the crypto market, and we became number 8 ICO in the world. Next. We will cover the 2 topics, go-to-market and product development. I'm the tech guy, but I'm also the kind of the business entrepreneur, so that we will cover mostly everything. If you have any questions or that you want to highlight something, don't hesitate, just interrupt me and we will discuss. The main problem for the product development, this is identified your needs and I see a lot of startups here in Ukraine just struggle in particular that question, why should people use your product? Or that when they pay you. This is the extremely matter. Product development focus on the one problem, one simple problem, because if you are unfocusing for the different kind of problems, you will never get it. You will never get it, like literally. So that you just heard that Figma. If you have pretty straightforward product and you don't need any fancy UI UX but it works, you can get any kind of order, you can get any payment, you can add any value to your customers. Just go for it. If you wanna make it user-friendly and kind of fancy, please use the prototype and the wireframe. It saves a lot of time for that on the stage of prototyping on the Figma because development costs a lot and you just make it into the right way and save a lot of money. Build a lean MVP. The most essential feature that you need to test is your hypothesis. In the end of that presentation, I will recommend some books, and one of my favorite books, that Test and Business Ideas, so that you just need to keep that momentum and always try to faster validate your hypothesis. Continuous user feedback loop. This is the crucial part of any successful startup. I have example. It was Jeff, for CTO of the Bring.com, and every dinner, everybody get the meal, but he was on charge for getting customer feedback, and he just got on the line and, hey, I'm the just CTO of the Bring.com, so that how can I help you? And this is the, and it was on the product meeting highlight that right now our user experience, that issue, we have to fix that. Requested by users. The highlighting is requested by user. Prioritize the speed over perfection. So that I don't know. It was some maybe Netflix that we move fast and break things. That so that just move fast to gain traction. Focus on the shipping product quickly, not even if it's not perfect. So that just try to create a great product. It should be feasible for your customer, and it can be not perfect, but it has to work. Building a cross-functional team. The second after the focus, it's hiring, and you have to hire in friends, maybe some family, but fools. But the crucial is that designer, developers, and the product manager, which is development great product, functional and user-friendly. So that you have to ship great product with that requirements. Scalable tech. I didn't mention that I also curator of the course in Projector, becoming a CTO. Every 3 months for the 2 months I graduate about 12 future CTO, so that one of the our exercise to create tech stack and the budgeting and scalable tech. It means that you can leverage cloud-based technology for that moving your pretty fast, so that everybody is trying to be prepared for fail, but no one even try to be prepared for the success. So that just using the good technique for the scalable your tech stack. Focus on the quality assurance, and yeah, this is crucial. Also crucial part. You have to automate mostly everything. That it would be. I'm not sure that this is good, right, for the functional end-to-end testing, whatever the pixel perfect design, but you have to at least checking for that. Some payment, is it went login, logout, or whatever, and of course using CI/CD for the rapid and continuously deployment. Go to market. Clear target audience. That, for my experience, it was like if you are not targeting well, you just missed mostly everything. That so that in any pitch deck, you have to be that your niche or your target audience evaluated by at least 1 billion. So that defined specific niche or group for early adopters. This is the go-to-market. Pretty crucial. And focus to 1 or 2 target segment. Strong value proposition. For different type of, if you are using just generic messaging or generic whatever in the communication, it would be not good for that when you try to start your business. So the personal approach is the winning strategy for winning strategy. Yeah, probably that's it. Low cost channel for early adoptions. That in my startup, NotI, we spent $100,000 for that paid traffic and get mostly no outcome. So that use organic channels for marketing, SEO and social media. It a pretty cool idea. So that and influencer partnership in the world of mouse, it would be much more effective rather than paid traffic. Beta launches. This is the pretty cool approach because if you are put the beta label on your website, app development, whatever, that you have a lot of excuses. Like, no, we are alpha, beta, whatever, that it might be work or it might be not, but yeah, so that use that the hack in your when you start launch. test different price model. The price model is the pretty hard for any startup. Freemium model, subscription model, pay as you go. It depends on the product and industry. But the main problem is that you never know what works or not. You just need to get the continuously loop feedback from the users and just need to receive the feedback. Early evangelist community, I actually used this couple of times, and it pretty cool strategy and idea. So that offering limited time deals and use the FOMO for that people act quickly. For right now on our on US market, it may not work, but it has seasonal cycles, so that for spring and summer it might work. Traction and optimize key metrics that so that as your owner business, you have to know a lot of KPIs. So for that, customer acquisition cost, conversion rate, customer lifetime, and of course the ROI that you have to know. And analytics traction. Not the traction, but analytics. Analytics, it also good for your product. You have to pivot quickly based on feedback. In Naughty, we pivoted probably 2 times, and right now, but the main problem is the pivot. You have to mostly cut it right away and go for that. Yeah, right now we're pivoting, and the rest, what was, it gone. So that you have to just move forward. Customer support and engagement. The live chat, Intercom, pretty cool provider for that, giving the live chat. And try to just satisfy your client and solve their problem. And we have a weekly product meeting for the top 10 problems from our customers, and we try to prioritize it and solve it as much as we can. Books, Crossing the Chasm, Hooked, Made to Stick, and Attraction. Yeah, very cool books. Just take the photo, and I just bought Crossing the Chasm like maybe three months ago. The rest it was pretty old. The MOM test, the sprint, and the lean startup. This is the common for that any startups. My favorite book, Testing Business Ideas, from the Strategizer. If you willing to, I have the digital copy. Just send me a message, and I will send you back. This is my contact for the LinkedIn. Maybe you have a question. I didn't start timer, but we can go for the Q&A or whatever. You drive. What? Yep. Okay. Yep. Maybe. Yep.
So if you're doing like quite complex technical startup, and you feel like the time from deep tech, and you feel like from the start when from the time you start developing until product is ready, there's like half a year, maybe a year. What do you feel like? Is it okay for a company to create simple then let's say technologically improve from those simple products to reach that like final vision and then perfect product that they can work with?
No, it's hard. If you are talking about the specific your startup, it might work. It might. No, so that, but you have to have that this is the sale pipeline, that it kind of rocket ship, that you have first stage, second stage, and the third stage. So that if you are divided on that part, but you have to the hook your potential client that, hey, you see, you got something, but the rest would be much more, yeah. All the time. It's called demo. Yeah, that individual face recognition startup, I was in charge of the demonstration, our demonstration, and I did probably more than 50 demos, more than 50. We have, mostly we have nothing. Nothing. That only just video. Yeah, that and fake it till you make it. Unfortunately, it right now in the Silicon Valley, it not working. That you have to prove mostly everything. But if you have at least video how it works, yeah. Yep. Oh, I barely hear you. That maybe I.
Is there any difference in marketing channels on the European market, for example, and the US market? Because now we are targeting the US, and we absolutely don't understand how to talk to our customers. And the same on Eastern Europe, it was working, but on the Western, more richer countries, it doesn't work absolutely how it is. How to just identify which channels of communication, of marketing, of sales we should use?
Great question, but I don't have experience in EU. I have a lot of experience, more than 20 years in US, but I know that everything works like omni-channel communication, or that they're using that WhatsApp communication, email, short messages, Facebook or Messenger, and also that inline chat in the website or the mobile app. Work probably both, but in US 100% sure. Which type of content? Ad tech. Personally, me, that I'm not using that Gen AI for that ad tech in any industry. That, but a friend of mine, less Reface, they're using a lot of Gen AI, and they started a new company for that T2 something for generation, the generation, content generation, or that T2 generation. I consult Optima School, EdTech, and a lot of was pretty hard technical challenges in EdTech. content-based lessons generation, changes the tutor, changes of voice, checking of homework based on just video. Yeah, probably that's it. The rest for the content generation for the ad tech, probably no. But I speak with someone, GT school. Yeah, it was also challenging for the generation, video generation.
Let's move to the next block, and other questions you're going to be able to report to ask on the mentoring session, if you don't mind. Round of applause to Denise. And you'll see him in a mentoring session. And now we are moving to one of the parts, which is effective pitching and product presentation. And we have Vyacheslav Fokin here with us. He's a founder at Job Atlas and content director at White Pager. Round of applause. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, once again. Let me try how it works. No, it doesn't. Okay, so I'm going to tell you how to make compelling presentations. I don't really know whether you need it, because I believe every one of you already has a pitch deck, right? But let me ask you, who is 100% absolutely satisfied with the pitch deck? So you still need it, you think? Okay, well, let's go on then. Okay, let me first talk a little bit about myself. I've been working in the tech startups area for 10 years already. Currently, my primary role is being a founder of a data-driven career guidance platform, which is called Job Atlas. We are not launched yet. It's an early stage startup. At the same time, I act as a content director at White Page. White Page is an experience of evaluating lots of pitch decks, so I can say that I mostly know the problems that the founders experience when they develop their pitch decks. And that's why I'm here today, to try to share my knowledge and to help you craft the pitch deck that will be efficient and successful. Probably you know this, that if you have a chance to reach an investor sending them your pitch deck, they won't spend more than 3 minutes watching it. And you probably know that one of your tasks during this program will be to record a pitch, your pitch of your project. And it's not a coincidence that its duration will also be 3 minutes, right? So our goal will be to deliver everything needed to convince investors or jury members within this short time frame. And actually, you know, I started a stopwatch because I have no idea how long this presentation lasts, because I mean, I can talk about this for hours, but probably our time is limited, so I'll just check what I will be able to deliver within 45 minutes. Has anyone seen this book before? No. Well, I can say that it's okay, because this book is not published yet. And I can say that this book is written by me. It's true, I'm going to publish it because I have written a complete book on how to make slide decks or pitch decks. And the title, you know, on the one hand, it's pretty common, right? But there's some sense within this title, because I use the word slides as a framework that consists of 6 items, and each of them, it tries to explain some different aspect of making a pitch. So it starts with structure, then localization, information, design, engagement, and storytelling. So we'll briefly go through all of them, and actually my goal within this lecture, within the workshop, will be to understand what is most important and most interesting for you. Yeah, because this is something that I need to know. Let's start with the structure. Well, maybe you know this 10-20-30 rule by Guy Kawasaki. Guy Kawasaki, he was one of the first employees of Apple, and then he became a renowned startup guru. And so he introduced these rules. So what he says is that the perfect pitch deck, it should be no more than 10 slides, it should last no more than 20 minutes, and the font size on your slides, it should be no less than 30 points. It is considered to be a classical rule. But when I look at it, and when I look at real pitch decks, I can say that, to be honest, it's a bullshit. Because you never have 20 minutes to deliver your pitch. And it's almost impossible to deliver the essence of your product on 10 slides. So it doesn't work. Why? This is the classical structure. So title, problem, value proposition, underlying magic, business model, go-to-market, competition team. So I think it's pretty common. Yeah, already knows all these slides. But the problem here that Guy suggests, for example, he has a very interesting slide which is called underlying magic. I don't really like this naming because I think when we talk business, there should be no magic. There should be some facts, some things that are tangible, you can clearly understand them, so not magic at all. But what he explains, what can be a magic. For him, it can be a technology, sometimes it can be a product demo, sometimes it can be something else, so actually it's pretty vague, and I don't really like vagueness. On the other hand, he has the last slide, which is traction and roadmap and ask. So this is all the information that you were not able to put in the previous slides, and you have just one slide left, so put it there. I also don't like this idea. So that's why there's a list of extra slides, which are not included in his structure, but they're very important. So their market technology, it can be how it works, it can be a separate traction slide, separate roadmap, separate ask, it can be a summary of your most important points, and it can be a final slide. So in total, we have 18. 18, I would say that it's a lot. Actually, I briefly looked through the presentations that you sent for this contest, and I saw that a lot of them, they are 18 slides. It's a lot. I can say that in my experience, the perfect size for the presentation is between 12 and 15. So minimum is 12, maximum is 15. This is when we talk about 3 minutes pitch, because if you have more, you just won't have time to cover all of them efficiently. Then, let's go to the next point, localization. We're not talking about translation, language localization here. What we are talking here is that you have to understand your audience. You can't have just one pitch deck for all possible cases. And you have to adapt your pitch deck for different types of investors. Here, I would like to first review what types of investors exist. I think Katerina, she briefly talked about this subject, but there are actually quite a lot of them. Mostly, startups talk about angel investors and VCs, because it's, I think in 99% of cases, you will go to them. At the same time, these are not the only options, because you can also use bootstrapping. Everyone knows what bootstrapping is, or no? Okay, so bootstrapping means that you actually don't raise money, because either you use your own money, or you just find a team of co-founders where you distribute the equity and you don't get any salary, so you don't need money, you just build your products, and when you have revenue, you use this revenue for your expenses. Yeah, but in the case of bootstrapping, you just don't need extra funding. Well, this case sometimes, it's not very popular, because for founders, it's pretty tough. Yeah, I mean that you need to be prepared that for a couple of years, you just may not have any salary. But at the same time, there are successful companies which were started this way. And I would say that the biggest risk here is that when you don't have extra funding, your speed of development, it may be slower. So on the one hand, you have a clear bonus that you don't share any equity with investors, but your speed of development, it's much slower, and sometimes it's critical, because sometimes you need to enter the market quickly, and in this case, it's not easy to do this. Then we have friends and family. So actually, this may be your friends, your parents, someone you personally know, and you just ask them for money. In this case, you sometimes don't need a pitch deck, because you won't show a pitch deck to your parents, probably. But at the same time, sometimes you need, because actually making a pitch deck, it helps you to understand the advantages and the drawbacks of your product. So I usually recommend, even if you use this type of fundraising, still use a pitch deck. Then there is a tool which is not very popular in Ukraine, but it's pretty popular in the United States and in Europe. It's crowdfunding. Sorry. So this means that we reach out to a vast number of small retail investors, basically ordinary people who can invest $100, $500, and there are a lot of them. So together, you may raise a significant amount. For example, there's a platform WeFunder or Republic, or it was Cedars in Europe, which was acquired by Republic. And there are rounds that sometimes companies, they raise millions there. The challenge here is that if you are going this way, you make a totally different type of pitch deck, because in this case, you don't, your target audience are not professional investors, but it's rather general public, and you have to talk to them in a completely different language, because they may not understand financial terms, but they rather need marketing campaign and big brand to believe in you. Okay, but anyway, by the way, there is also corporate venture investors. I think we have a very good example in Yaroslav here, because actually this means that there's a company which is successful in its business, and they build a venture arm within their business. So they start investing in new projects, and actually sometimes it can be very good if your project brings extra value to their ecosystem. So they're not simply giving you money, but they are interested in your success, because this way you can bring some value to what they are doing themselves. And it's not easy to find them, because there should be this fit between what you are doing and what they are doing. But if you manage to do the research and find that some corporates, some big companies, they have venture arm which fits you, it's a great chance, and you should definitely reach out to them. But generally, it's angels and VCs. Here, it's important to understand that we have different stages of funding. As I understand, we are mostly here on pre-seed and seed, I think. Yeah, no one is around A. Why it's important? Because there are different criteria for different rounds. For example, if we talk about round A, it's more about traction, about what you already have, how much customers, how much revenue. It means that you already have to show some numbers, so the focus is on numbers. While on pre-seed and seed, it's completely different. I know cases, by the way, not in Ukraine, probably it's in the United States, where the market, the startup market, is more mature. There are founders who don't have anything. They have only an idea and a pitch deck, and they come to investor and they say, give me $2 million. I need this to develop my new startup. And they give, I mean that $2 million on the idea stage. Okay, done. The secret here is that these founders usually have a history of success behind them. So they may have some big company where they exited before, or some well-known product they developed. So they have an experience which investors buy. So they're ready to believe in them on the idea stage without having anything. But in this case, the team is something that is crucial for the investment. On the other hand, I mean that in Ukraine, it's not really realistic to try to do fundraising having only an idea. So you already have to show something. And usually, what you can do is start in developing MVP, so you have some basic technology. You can also start working on traction, not even in terms of revenue, because it's hard to have any revenue when you haven't launched your project yet. But the traction can be measured in different ways. For example, it can be your partnerships. It can be your media publications. It can be your registrations on the landing page, even when you don't have your product launched yet. By the way, at Job Atlas, we did it this way. We have a landing page. We don't have our product ready yet, but we have a landing page, and we use Google Ads to try to understand who is interested in this product. And right now we have over 1,000 registrations from 80 countries. Actually, for me, it's a pretty good confirmation that someone is it, not only in Ukraine. What I'm saying here is that traction, it's very important, and just think how you can show that someone needs your product, because this is what traction for. And if we talk about localization, we can also say that pitch deck is usually used for investors, but at the same time, you also need a presentation for other cases. For example, you need to engage partners, or you need to do some sales, and for every purpose, you need a specific version, because it's not that one size fits all. The slides, they will be completely different. And by the way, what I showed you, it relates to the investor presentation. If we talk about, for example, sales deck for a client, it will be a completely different thing. So I'm not talking about it here, I'm talking about only about investors. Okay, let's go on further. This is our third part, information. And here I want to say that every word counts. Sometimes the founders know too much about their product, and it's good, because the founder has to know a lot about his product or her product. But what they try to do, they try to put all this information into the pitch deck. And as a result, it becomes not digestible. So if we talk about pitch decks, there is a rule that less is more. So there is a cognitive law theory. I mean, it's a scientific theory that researches the brain and how people react to different information. And there was such an experiment when there were some sensors on the brain and people were shown slides with different amount of information. So there was one case when there was just one bullet with 5 words, and there was another case when all the slide was with text. And probably you already know that the case when there was just one bullet, it was more successful, because in the second case, no one understood anything. I mean, no one caught any word from that massive piece of text. And when you are overwhelmed with the amount of text, it means that you have just 0 impact. So that's why the recommendation is to use not more than 5 to 7 lines of text per slide. And if we talk about the Guy Kawasaki recommendation, so he said about 30-point font. Actually, sometimes I use smaller font, for example, 21 points. I don't know if it says anything to you. Just the recommendation here is don't use small text. Small text is not readable. Then, use numbers. We have text that's great, but numbers work better. So if you have any chance to use some statistics or some numeric data, do it. For example, there is an example I can mention from my experience. So, a job atlas, our problem slide, it could be young people usually don't know what to do in their life, what profession to choose. So the problem statement, I think it's clear, yeah, you understood it. But the better version of it is that 73% of young people in Ukraine, they don't know what profession to choose. So we add the number here, and we show not only the problem, but we at the same time show the scale of the problem. We show how big this is and how important it is. So this is about numbers. Then, case studies and testimonials. This is something I already mentioned about the traction. If you have a review from someone, if you have someone's endorsements, so someone says something good about your product, it means that you already did some efforts to show it to the market, to the public, and you got some response. Yeah, so actually it's a very good signal that you may have a product market fit, maybe not now, but in the future. So do this job and try to get some responses, some case studies, and show some testimonials. And show your progress. So this is also relates to traction, because as I already said, so if we talk about seed stage, traction is probably one of the most important things, because you may have a great problem slide, you may have a good solution slide, but it's not clear how it's possible to believe in you, whether you are capable to bring this into life. Yeah, and traction, this is something that demonstrates this. So just clearly show your progress, that you have already achieved something, even if it's not revenue. So as I said, there are different ways to show your progress. Then, design. This is also about our brain. So there is a cortex, which is a part of the brain which receives information, and more than half of it is devoted to processing visual information. Probably this is the reason why my following recommendation would be show, don't tell. If there is a way that you don't use words at all, but you show some visualizations, better do this and use visualizations. So now I can tell you what types of them can be used in the pitch deck. The most obvious one is charts and graphs. Probably when you talk about financials, you can use a chart there. If you talk about the market, probably you can use the graph there. So I think it's clear. What is not so obvious, for example, is infographics. Infographics, it's a more complex visualization of something. In my experience, most often it is used on the technology slide. By the way, here I have to say that not everyone needs technology slide, and not everyone needs every slide at all. This is a little bit stepping back, but yeah, probably this is something I missed. So I need you to explain what slides you should use. Usually, in my experience, how I do this. So we had the full list of slides, which can be 18. Okay, let's get back, because it's important, and I forgot about it. Okay, here it is. We have 18 slides. What you do is you prepare content, not the final version of the content, but at least you try to imagine what you can put on each of these slides. And then your task is to remove all slides that don't bring any value to your project. For example, if your technology is nothing special, there is no need to show your technology, despite you can call yourself a tech startup, but if your technology is not revolutionary, why you show it to investors is not compelling. For example, if you have go-to-market, this is a very good example, because I often see presentations where they say, okay, we will use Google ads and Facebook ads to drive traffic to our product. And you probably will, but it doesn't bring any value to understanding how cool your product is. So if you have some innovative approach to go to market, for example, you have someone in your team who can do a PR or some viral campaigns for free, so this is something that other projects don't have. Show it, yeah, but if you use just common knowledge tactics, it's not necessary to spend time on them at all. And let's get back to design. Okay, so we were talking about infographics. So infographic can be used for technology. It can also be used for market slide, because it's probably a special dedicated topic about defining your market, but usually you show 3 types of market, which is TAM. Have anyone knows about this? No? Total addressable market. Okay, so usually the infographics, this is what works best there. Then screenshots. Screenshots are very relevant if you have a product demo. I mean that product demo, you don't have to show a video, because there is a very low chance that someone will watch a video if you just send a PDF to them, right? But you can definitely include some beautiful screens of your app or of your website, right, in your pitch deck, and if it looks good, it works great. And it also shows your progress, that you don't have an idea only, you have almost your product built. And photographs. Photographs are definitely needed for the team slide, but sometimes photos are used on other slides just as a kind of illustration. Usually I don't recommend doing this, because they just shift the focus. I mean that photos, they are usually not important, and your goal is to attract attention with something that is important. So just don't use them because they catch attention and you don't need this. So that's why use visuals strategically. If you use any of them, think why you do this. And the next recommendation, align colors and the style of your pitch deck with your brand. I know that sometimes startups, they don't dedicate a lot of time to doing even a logo, to designing a logo. Yeah, so they may use some name and they may somehow display this name, but they don't spend time into developing a full brand identity, and that's okay. I mean that you have to spend your resources very wisely, and it's fine that you don't have a brand identity. In this case, you may use the color theory, which shows how we react to different colors. For example, usually it's common that some colors, they are considered to be safer, while others, for example, blue or green, while others, they are more aggressive, for example, red. Sometimes some of them are more innovative, for example, violet. So every color, it has its meaning. And here we need to understand how you want your product to be, what attributes it should have in the mind of the investor. So is it, for example, at tech startups, not in Ruslan's case, but education is usually blue. So most websites of educational institutes, they are usually in blue colors. And if you say that, okay, I want to show with my deck that I relate to this area, it's safe to use blue colors. At the same time, if you add some purple, you can add this innovativeness to this thing. Yeah, so I mean that with colors, you can also communicate your values and your area, and actually color theory is a powerful tool, so when you design your deck, think about it. Then, engagement. Engagement is, this part relates to the performing of your deck. So when you have all your slides and when you've got a response, well, we like what you showed us, let's have a call, tell us about it in person. So this is engagement, because during this meeting, it can be online meeting, mostly it will be online meeting, but it can be also live meeting. You have to engage your audience. You can't be boring, because otherwise all your efforts, they're useless. And to be engaging, the first thing to do is to be confident in what you are talking about. So you have to be confident about your project. And you may be confident about your project, but unless you know your presentation by heart, you may not seem confident. So the secret sauce here is that you have to learn it by heart. Yeah, you have to know the content on each slide, and then you have to confidently narrate this. In order to do this, there's no other way to do this. You have to prepare a lot. Just practice, practice, practice. Just use your presentation and narrate it in front of the mirror 20 times. Or what I like to do, actually, I like to record myself, and then I watch this recording, and what I analyze is what feelings I arouse. I mean, do I look confident? Do I look compelling? Will I invest in myself if I look this, if I watch this? These are easy things, but they're very important. And sometimes I know, in my own experience, that probably not enough time is dedicated to this, while it should be. Then, another thing about engagement, it's connecting with emotions. As I said that, no, I probably didn't say that, but our goal is to break through the clutter. Investors, they receive hundreds of pitch decks, they have hundreds of online meetings every month, and your goal is to be remembered. The only way to do this is to connect with emotions. So to do something to cause maybe smile, maybe surprise, maybe some other emotion, but you definitely don't have to be boring and just, you know, like others. You have to be different, and emotions help to do this. And another powerful technique, it's incorporating conflict and resolution. Actually, here we are talking about not only pitch decks, but it's a common thing for books, for movies, for all these genres. And here, with our pitch deck, we go to their territory. So we don't think about ourselves as a business thing, but as something bigger. And here we come to the sixth element, which is very connected to something I just told you. So we're talking about storytelling. Storytelling is something that most founders, they don't use in their pitch decks, because they think that pitch deck, it should be official, it should be business, it should be numbers. Yeah, so it's such a very business style. And storytelling is from a different area. But to be memorable, we need to use storytelling. And I will tell you why. Okay, there are a lot of things. We don't have time to go through all of them, but just trust me, storytelling is important. What is even more important, that storytelling is not something magical and you have to call Genie to add some storytelling to your deck, because actually there are clear ways to do this. There are 3 frameworks to use storytelling, and I will just show you briefly all of them. So the first one, it's called Hero's Journey. Hero Journey, it means that you talk about your personal experience as a founder, and you explain why you started your startup, what motivation you had, and you show everything from your personal perspective. Usually it has the following script. So you as a founder, you live your normal life. But one day you encounter a problem and you can't solve it. So idea, you've got an idea. You know how to solve it. And you dedicate yourself to building this solution and to presenting it to the world. There's a real case example. This is the founder of Dropbox. And so this is how he started his company. So he told about this in his interview. So one day he just forgot his flash drive and he was frustrated, and he got this idea that why can't we store files in the cloud? Yeah, so easy. What this format works best for? Usually it's good for innovative products, which are usually tech startups, and it also works very good for charities, because there we show someone's personal story, and it usually causes a lot of emotion. Then the second framework is the customer's tale. It's different from the first one, that we also show everything from the perspective of a single person, but in this case it's not a founder, it's our customer. So, how the script looks like. There is some human being, he or her, and we can describe in details who they are. So their age, where they have children, their occupation, where they live. So we try to build a full portrait for our audience to be able to visualize that person. And like us, when we were founded, but this time it's them, they happen to have some problem. They also try different things, different solutions, but none of them works. And then they find your solution. And it's a completely different thing, because their life changed after they find your solution. And your goal is to change the significance of the changes in their lives, which shows the impact of your product. This is, by the way, one of the slides from my very old startup, which actually doesn't exist anymore. It was a medical app, healthcare app. So I used this approach. Meet Deborah. So Deborah is just a customer who she has some problems, and we are trying to help her solve them. This format, it usually works very good for consumer goods. So if your startup works in B2C area, probably it's great format. Sometimes it's also good for B2B, but in this case, it may be smaller amount of emotions, because B2B, I mean that you can describe the portrait of your perfect customer, which is some company, but it's not so emotional compared to when we describe a person. Okay, and the third framework, which is the industry's perspective. In this case, this is a story of the industry. And our goal is to explain why the whole industry, so on its big scale, why it needs your solution. How it works. We show some industry, and we explain how it operates. Usually in industries, there is some set of rules they relate to. But our world is very dynamic. There can be technological shifts, social shifts, economic shifts, so the rules change. And the industries, they don't have solutions to adapt to these changes. And this problem, it creates a unique opportunity which you utilize. So your solution, it becomes an answer to these tectonic changes in the society, and actually it shows your innovative approach. So this piece, this framework, it's very powerful, but it's not for everyone. I would say that a very good example is Uber, because it disrupted the whole industry. I mean that taxis, as they existed 20 years ago, they don't exist anymore because Uber changed everything. And you may say that, so this format is best for groundbreaking ideas, for groundbreaking startups. You may say that, okay, but my solution is pretty innovative. I mean that my idea is cool, so why don't I use it? Here, I mean that just try to be modest, I would say. I mean that realistically try to evaluate whether you really bring some innovation or you bring just a solution to existing product on the market, because a solution, it's also good, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't have to be innovative. If it solves someone's needs, it's also great. Yeah, but this one, it's mostly for innovative things, because otherwise it will not work. Okay, so this is almost the last slides. I'm looking at the timer. I spent 41 minutes, so it was a good tempo. And just one thing for you to remember then, that I want you not to make slides when you create your pitch deck. I want you to tell a story about yourself, about your project, about your solution. Powerful story, compelling story. Just do it one slide at a time. Thank you. This is my QR code. By the way, this is something I have to ask you, because this is very important. This is a short, very short questionnaire, because I'd like to ask for your feedback. And you also may find there my contacts. If you need any help with your pitch decks, any audit or anything else, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I think, yeah, we still have 2 minutes.
We have 10 minutes break right now, so you can ask your questions on the break if you don't mind. Rounds of applause to Vyacheslav. Thank you so much for being here with us and for creating effective presentations. It will be very useful for you, and as a reminder, at the end of today's training, we are going to send you instructions on how to apply and to your pitch decks. So they're going to be recorded for 3 minutes in English, and you'll be able to have an opportunity to win a cash prize at the end in December on the huge International Expo event. So write down all of the notes from Vyacheslav, and 10 minutes break for now, and we'll proceed with the legal part, and after that the mentoring sessions. Thank you. Тому Wi-Fi, все працює як треба. And we're ready to start our next chapter for today, and the last one on the theoretical part. And it's going to be presented by Peter Bielek, Head of Technology and Investment AI at Juscotum. And he'll be providing the information regarding legal requirements, including IPR, GDPR, and investment document. As well, at the very end, you're going to have an opportunity to ask questions, and they'll be included in your follow-up note. So be sure to prepare your questions ahead, because that will be the only chance to ask Peter all the information related to legal. Okay, round of applause to Peter.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, today we will talk about legal requirements for startups, and we'll talk about different topics. Can you raise your hand if you have some part of legal structure or the company incorporation right now for your product? It will help me to understand how to talk about it. And we are working with startups a long time ago, and started to work with them long time ago. And usually when we meet the founders of startups, they would like to go global, make some monopoly or duopoly product, and to create something innovation which will world domination. But at the same time, startups lawyers looks like that, because it's very inspiring to work with interesting founders, with interesting products, but this topic has many nuances and depends on different jurisdiction, different legislation in this jurisdiction, and depends on the product and regulation. So we start to work and help them in different stages of their startups. Some words about me. We are working with startups since 2013. For this period of time, we supported more than 200 startups. Some of them have made exits, some of them attract investments, and our expertise was were awarded by different rankings, and this is Financial Times Innovative Lawyers, different national and international rankings as well. And some words about Juscotum. We try to make something challenging. For example, we supported the product of buying the company, buying the apartment for cryptocurrency, and this deal was registered in notary services, and it was realized without virtual asset legislation in Ukraine, and all taxes was paid in this deal. Also, we have launched the first legal practice of artificial intelligence in Ukraine, and we are members in the expert committee of artificial intelligence, and also we help founders with different stages of their companies. So when we talk about legal part, just imagine that we have average founder, it's Mikhailo, but we will call him Michael, because he is building international product. And let's start to move forward with different steps and different challenges related to the legal part. And first of all, Michael has idea, and he would like to start the company, start new innovative business. And for this one, he needs founders. And he talked with his friends, and he know them as well, and they would like to start their startups with their innovative idea and just to make the next Ukrainian unicorn. And in this roadmap and this way, they will face with different steps like founders relationship, investor relationship, incorporation, legal structure of their company, moreover startup governance, regulatory environment, and exit strategy. So just try to help Michael with the team to move through each of these steps. And the first one, Michael has founders, and he thinks that he doesn't need to sign any agreements with them because they're friends, because they know each other many years. But the problem is that the Michael have never started the company with these people. They just spend the time with them, but not made the business. And as we see in different startups, it can be failed decision because you should agree how will you move to this new business with other founders on the beginning. It helps mitigate some risk for investors and for growing these startups. And in this step, you should define who makes which decisions between you and your founders, align common goals of co-founders and united team, and how you determining contribution and equity distribution. And in this part, on the beginning, equity shares are not about money, it's more about responsibilities and engagement in the launch of the startups. And also you should clarify roles and responsibilities between you and your co-founders. And usually depends on the stage of startups. We recommend to sign founders agreement or shareholders agreement. If you don't have the company right now, you can sign just founders agreement, and to make and agree this decision, and to write how will you determine contributions, roles, and etc. and when you launch the startups. But when you incorporate the company, you should sign a shareholders agreement and define roles and responsibilities, decision making, dispute resolution, exit provision, intellectual property, compensation, confidentiality, and non-compete clauses. And moreover, to this shareholders agreement, we recommend to sign a non-disclosure agreement or non-compete agreement. Non-compete agreement will depends on the jurisdiction of incorporation your company. Not all jurisdictions allow to sign this agreement. And for example, if your company will incorporate in California, you will if you sign a non-competing agreement, this will not legal binding because it's prohibited in California. But if you have made the correct legal structure, for example, you have incorporation in Delaware, this not compete agreement is possible. Also, you should sign a IP transfer or assignment agreement because all of your invitation should transfer to the company. Moreover, we recommend to sign a vesting agreement with your co-founder. It's protect you from the any risk in future if your founders make or start another project and leave the company. And these key documents between founders avoid corporate disputes, and we as lawyers also support different corporate disputes, and it will easiest to solve these disputes when you have agreement, because in another case it will be more difficult and cost more time and lawyers fee, services fee. Okay, our Michael found founders and he would like to find investors, and some people suggest Michael to invest in his company and got 90% of share capital, and it also can be a fail because other investors in the future round will not invest in the company with this cap table. So when you talk with investors, it's very important to understand your cap table and how to split it between rounds, what amount of shares do you allocate for future round, for options agreement for employees, and etc. It allows you also mitigate some risk in future. If you talk with investors, you can sign like term sheet, share subscription agreement, SAFE, share purchase agreement, convertible note or loan, and advanced subscription agreement. It's the most typical legal documents for a relationship with investors. And for example, term sheet, you can sign without company or on the beginning of conversation with investor, because it's also not binding, but you can write some essential terms of attracting investment and to get commit from investor, and after that when you have the company, you can sign other agreement. And in term sheet usually has startup valuation terms, investment amount and allocation, equity distribution, investors exit terms, and so on. Also, after signing term sheet, you can sign one of the following agreements. First of all, it's a share subscription agreement. Under this agreement is investor pays the company for shares, and the company has obligation to transfer the shares to investors in the future. So it's like the equity agreement but it's not the typical on the pre-seed or seed round of your startups. Another way it's safe, it's simple agreement for future equity, which is popular for Silicon Valley or for USA investors. But the problem with this agreement is the following, that it doesn't work in many jurisdictions. For example, if you just download a safe agreement from Y Combinator website and sign with, for example, Cyprus, Poland, Polish or Ukrainian company, you can fail because the agreement on the Y Combinator website is adapted to some specific legislation, and there are four jurisdictions for this agreement. First of all, it's USA. Second one, it's Canada, Singapore, Cayman Island. Moreover, some other countries adapted safe to their local legislation. For example, it's Estonia, but the main point of safe that it's just simple that investors and startups know the terms of this agreement and it's not changeable. If you sign safe, it's just a typical agreement and you cannot add some additional terms, some additional clauses, because it will not the safe, it will be another agreement, because the main idea of safe, it's just quickly sign agreement with understandable terms for both parties in some quick steps, and receive the money from investors. Another agreement, it's a convertible note or loan. It's a loan from an investor that can be converted in the shares of company. This is a common agreement in many jurisdictions, and also, for example, for Ukrainian companies, it also works. In Diia City, and it's not. Under this agreement, investor provide you loan, and you have two options: just receive this amount or convert it to shares later. Another one, it's advanced subscription agreement. It's more typical for United Kingdom because investors prefer this agreement because they can receive some tax relief and to participate seed EIS scheme, and to reduce some taxes. So if you have UK-based company, you can participate CEs or EIS scheme and attract money under advanced subscription agreement as more typical for this jurisdiction. Also, when you talk with investors, it's very essential to make some screening or KYC, KYB, these investors, because there are many Russian funds in different countries, and it can be invent some problems in future if you receive money from the Russian investors, and you should make screening in different products like uControl, Contragent, Open Data Bot, or in just public registers from USA, EU, Canada, and use these registers to trace the origins of funds. So you should make the screening of your investor before receiving the funds. Also, okay, our Michael signed term sheet with investors and just want to choose the right jurisdiction for incorporation his startup, and he think about different jurisdictions around the world, and the most common question, what is the most what is the best jurisdiction for startups? And lawyers can't answer on this question because it depends on your product, about your market, and your investors as well. When we choose the jurisdiction, we usually use the following criteria. First of all, it's a center of founders and mutual interests, because when you will make the exit, you will pay taxes or capital gains tax in the jurisdictions of your tax residence. Also, it's taxation, it's target markets, favorable business environment, it's investors, incentives, investors protections. And under these jurisdictions, under these criteria, we help choosing the right jurisdictions. And the most popular, it's, for example, Delaware, it's UK, it's Estonia. But for example, if you go to the Asia market, is Singapore or Hong Kong is more popular than USA, Delaware. Or for example, if you go to the Middle East market, UAE is more preferable to some cases. Or for example, if you or your investors in some jurisdictions, they also will prefer to invest in the companies in jurisdiction and legislation, courts in some of this common jurisdiction. Then you will face with open bank account, and you can see most popular neobanks around the world, but the terms of these neobanks also depends on some circumstances. For example, if you are in Ukraine and you don't have a director or founders in Europe, in most common situation, Revolut will not open your corporate account for your companies register in EU company, EU jurisdiction, because they don't support Ukrainian founders in these cases. From another way, for example, Paysera will have the problem with transfer to transfer funds to Ukrainian bank accounts, and it's also cannot be more suitable for your case. But from another hand, it's a very popular payment provider in Europe. Moreover, you can use also full sheet about choosing different payment providers, and they have made the sheet with different criteria, and you can compare it before opening account. From another way, for example, if you choose the jurisdiction, you can compare with different. For example, Delaware is more suitable for USA market or USA investor. From another hand, Estonia is more suitable for a European market. Because if you have the company in Delaware but start to make different marketing campaign in the European market, you should comply with European regulation. And for example, you should have a European representative for this company and a lot of other requirements. For example, when you should store the data of Europeans. From another hand, Estonia is more suitable for some cases in Europe. You can open more easily bank accounts for your residency in Estonia. From the last situation with Mercury, open the bank account for Ukrainians in Ukraine also can be challenging, for example. Also, when we talk about corporate taxation, corporate income tax, it depends on the jurisdiction from which you receive money. For example, if you have an incorporated company in Delaware but receives the funds from the California, it will be one taxation, but when you receive the funds from United Kingdom, it will be another taxation, for example. So you should be careful with that also. Also, it's very essential tax efficiency for cash out and exit, and Estonia has zero corporate income tax before you distribute dividends, but when you sell shares of Estonian companies, you should pay more taxes than in Delaware, for example. So you should think about it when you start the company. And for this, both jurisdiction have low cost setup, but it will also different terms of setup. Okay, you incorporated the company, signed term sheet, and signed shareholders agreement. And let's talk about startup governance, because it's very essential how to manage them. And in this case, for example, your investors can be or want to be the part of, for example, board of directors, or have some duties and liquidation preference. So you should keep in mind this obstacles as well. So when we talk about governing body, first of all, it's how to appoint a CEO, what is CEO duties, you should think about board of directors, some restrictions or management authority, transactions requirements, shareholders or board approval, and termination contract with CEO. From another part, additional structure aspects, it's corporate structure. You can have different companies, for example, one company for sales, another company as holding, third company for R&D office, and you can incorporate R&D company in Ukraine and set up it, for example, in Diia City, and to pay the salary to your team the same as sole proprietorship in Ukraine. Moreover, it's a very important employee relationship, various intellectual property and company assets. And usually investors expect that founders, they invest in the company which has founders, intellectual property, and this company incorporated in some protected and common jurisdiction for investors. And this will allow you to close your investment deal more quickly. The next point is how to go to market, and let's help to Michael to face these different regulatory challenges in different jurisdictions. First of all, it's local regulations, because when you invite something new or sell some products in different jurisdictions, different countries, it can be challenging because different jurisdictions can have different requirements for the same business. Moreover, you should have privacy compliance and protect your IP rights. First of all, about local regulations, it's our goal is avoiding penalties and building trust with customers, and the laws depends on jurisdictions, country-specific regulation. Because, for example, if you go to the European market and sell some products to Polish citizens, your policy should be in Polish, because it's under their Polish Language Act. And a lot of some specific cases in different jurisdictions. Moreover, from February this year, the European Union entered in force Digital Services Act, which requirement some content moderation, liability for online platforms, transparency requirements, and you could read about different cases with suits to the X, to the Facebook, to the TikTok, and Telegram, and some parts of them are related to the broken this regulation. Moreover, AI Act in Europe still in force since 1st August of this year, and will implement partly, and the first part will implement it in February 2025. So it's very quickly, and under this AI Act, you should make risk-based classification of your AI product, compliance requirements for high-risk artificial intelligence, transparency, and accountability. And this act, the same as the previous one, has the big penalties up to 6% of yearly income of the group of company. Another way is privacy compliance, and in this case, the more challenging its GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union. It can be also California Consumer Privacy Act, and since 2025, if you have a Delaware company, you also should comply with Delaware Personal Data Privacy Act. And compliance requirements, different requirements such data collection and processing, user content and rights, data breach protocols. Let's see it deeply. And many founders don't understand what is personal data. They think that it's like name, surname, passport number, or phone number, but it's more. It's any information relating to an identify or individuals. And this can be like real or hypothetical. For example, dynamic IP addresses also are personal data, because you can hypothetically identify the people through internet provider in some specific time. Also, it's can be like contact details, behavior data. It's your cookies which you collect on website. Some indirect identification, like numbers of booking reference, some individual preference or hobbies or habits, and all of this can be classified as personal data, so you should protect it and collect legally. And also there are special categories of data which need additional requirements of compliance. It's, for example, data of health, about political orders, information about criminal procedures, individuals' biometrics, trade union membership, and moreover. And how to apply, who should apply to GDPR? For example, if you have the company based in Europe. The second is if you targeting to European market. For example, you translate your website on different European languages, or if you receive payment in euro or some others, it's also can be classified as targeting to the European area, and you should comply with GDPR. Also, if you subcontractor to European organization, and under GDPR you can be classified as processor, or if you request some services from the European company, you can be controller, and your contractors can be processor, and you should also comply with GDPR. Also, for example, if you process some personal data from European countries. When we talk about GDPR principles, it's lawfulness, fairness, transparency, purposes limitation, data minimization, accuracy, storage limitation, and securities. Let's move forward through these different steps. For example, under this checklist, first of all is justify data collection. For which purposes and in which cases do you collect this data, and do you need all of this data for your purposes? Also, collect only what's necessary. It's the principle of minimization of information. Also inform individuals about processing their data. Also verify legal basis for collecting and processing user data. Make sure that individuals' personal data secure. Delete data when no longer needed, but you as a company can define when you can remove this data. Also, keep individuals' personal data accurate and up to date, because it's also one of the rights from the subject of personal data from your customers, and verify legal basis. And also, if you go to the European Union, you should amend your website. It's to publish privacy notice, implement cookie notice consent, implement data protection measures, make a regular audit of your data, and to write your policies in user-friendly language. Moreover, when you make agreement with your customers, you can do it through terms of use or terms of conditions. It's like public offer in Ukraine. You can regulate these terms in this document and publish in a website. If you like SaaS solution, you can use terms of use. If you, for example, sell like B2B, you can sign with your customers some pilot agreement or services agreement, depends on the stage of your startups, and to mitigate your risk of providing your services as is, and it allows you to protect your business from any future suits with your clients. Also, it's very essential to protect your property, intellectual property rights, because, for example, if you choose your brand name and start selling in different regions and didn't register trademarks and name and to make the same products, so you should protect your intellectual property, register trademarks, transfer copyrights, for example, from your employees or founders to the company. It's very essential, and in some cases it's also better to register your copyrights, but it's not necessary. And also you can file to patents. Okay, so checklist for legal compliance with local regulation, for example, Digital Services Act, AI Act, with privacy law, make website amendments, make agreements with users, protect your IP rights, regulate your relationships with employees, comply with consumers laws and other regulations. And also your company structures is not standable, it's should be changeable, depends on the changes of regulations and other circumstances. Okay, our Michael have made the next Ukrainian unicorn and think about exit. And let's think what is the best option for him in this case. And it can be the following exit strategies like IPO, initial public offering, acquisition by competitor. It can be a private sale to some private investors or exit by owner. From another point, alternatives options in this case can be selling the business or get passive ownership when you delegate duties and responsibilities to some managers, CEO, CMO, CFO, and others, and scale with franchise model and other options. And it's also essential to avoiding startup loss due to the founder exits. It's sign the necessary documents of like shareholders agreement or some non-disclosure, non-solicitation agreement. Also review founders' family status, transfer any assets and credentials of the company, and you can sign. You can sell your shares by share purchase agreement. But usually you should think about taxation or about this exit on the beginning. It will allow you to minimize taxation and to structure more, make more efficiently structure. So thank you so much for this. If you have any questions, I am ready to answer. And moreover, we will send some maybe necessary documents for you as a founder. So you should send our request through our website and not make mistakes as Michael. And I wish you to build the next unicorns.
Yeah, so we recently registered an Estonian company, and well, my partner, so basically he is the CEO of our startup. He's also like shareholder, like half of the company is his. So, and I know that in Estonia, like you cannot like have like dividends, like, well, you can, but they're gonna be taxed. So can he as a shareholder like sign a contract with himself from the name of the company and pay himself a salary? Like, is it going to be counted as a dividends? Or like, this kind of salary is not looked at as dividend and taxed in Estonia? Maybe you know the answer.
Okay, you have several options for that. First options, for example, you can incorporate some company, for example, in Ukraine, and it will be subsidiary to Estonian company, and to pay this company as R&D, and in this company, in Diia City, for example, you can pay themselves salary under 5% of tax. It's more suitable maybe in these circumstances. Another case, it's employment to the Estonian company, but it will be Estonian taxes related to this payment. The third one, it's to sign some agreement with him, like independent contractor, and to pay him to his sole proprietorship in Ukraine or something like that. It also work, but it has risks that Estonian government authorities can classify it like employment payment or dividends payment, and it will cost additional taxes. So you can choose one of this option.
Добре. Ви казали, що там перед тим, як підписуватися з інвесторами, перевірити, чи є там зв'язки з Російською Федерацією. А у вас є такий сервіс, тобто у вас можна замовити таку перевірку, щоб там бути впевненим?
В цілому так, ми супроводжуємо в ці угоди, але ви можете, власне, самостійно там перевірити або попросити документи по компанії, перевірити по принаймні санкційним спискам, плюс запросити їхню там корпоративну структуру, тобто хто кінцевий там бенефіціарний власник компанії. Ні, але ви принаймні там підписуючись з цим інвестором зможете провести там достатню перевірку для того, щоб мінімізувати ризики. Тому що до нас з там початку війни звертались там різні компанії, в яких в Європі виникали питання, тому що вони залучали до цього кошти там ще до початку війни від різних фондів, в тому числі які були пов'язані з росіянами. І з початку війни європейці почали блокувати ці угоди. Тобто потім не можна там передати акції, або виникають питання з цими компаніями, блокують транзакції і тому подібне. Тож це там створює багато проблем, і в тому числі як для європейських, так і для американських, ну і тим паче для українських компаній.
Давайте ще одне питання. Воно теж зв'язано з employees компанії естонської. Пару з наших, скажімо так, робітників знаходяться в Україні. Вот. Ну, ми хочемо їх як individual contractor також записати, ну, щоб не займатися їхніми податками від імені естонської компанії. Чи це буде для них або для нас проблемою, якщо в нього немає ФОПа в Україні, і ми просто його як individual person, як контрактор підписуємо? Так, ну.
Для Естонії це, власне, не буде проблемою, тому що в такому разі вона не має там за нього сплачувати податки, але це виникли питання для нього і для його умовно податкової історії, по тій причині, що він ці кошти буде оподатковувати там не умовно під 5%, а під 18 плюс 1,5%. Ну і говорячи там про Diia City, там є спеціальний режим для стартапів, який дозволяє там не виконувати певні критерії Diia City. Але зараз ми чекаємо, ну і знову ж таки там компанія в Diia City, зареєстрована там в Україні, вона ще дає можливість бронювання співробітників і визнання їх критичності, якщо там підтверджуються певні там три критерії за законодавством. Тому це доволі часто використовують, в тому числі там міжнародні компанії, у кого є там R&D офіси в Україні, і хто хоче там забронювати якихось ключових там співробітників в рамках цього.
If we don't have any more legal-related questions, let's give a round of applause to Petro. Petro, thank you so much. Can I have this? During session, as you understand, the timing is completely off. However, today with us, we're going to have 3 groups. So we are going to divide you right now into 3 groups. First group will work with Yaroslav. The second group will work with Alex Orab. He's with us today. And the third group will work with Denis Popov. So how it's going to work? 3 to 4 startups will be dedicated to one group. And you'll have about 15 minutes just for you to ask any questions related to business strategy, product development, investment, unique selling proposition, go-to-market. So my suggestion to you, think of the critical questions that you want to receive an answer the most. And then go one by one, just trying to reach the specifics of this question and to open up with our expert, with our mentor. Also, prepare your pitches, because experts are gonna ask you about the product and what are you about and what is your unique selling proposition. So be ready right now with presenting 1 minute speech, 30 second speech, just the essential part, and then prepare your critical questions. And I'm gonna come to each one of you and assign you to the group. Okay? Thank you. And let's proceed to the mentoring sessions.